Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1251. Levi. Levi Garrison. How are you still? Ichiro had completely lost his marbles. His voice was shaking so much that he could barely finish a sentence. With his body convulsing in terror, it seemed that he was about to collapse any moment. In the meantime, Yuda's face darkened in fear and anger. It's you. Levi Garrison. How in the world are you still alive? He growled. Heck! The samurais at the scene gasped, their faces turning pale. Just when they thought that they had survived the worst crisis that struck their lands, they were met with the man of their nightmares, Levi Garrison. He was not only a man who came back from the dead, but their greatest enemy who had humiliated their country 50 years ago. The samurais of Razonia had so much hatred for Levi that they carved his face deep into their minds so that they would never forget about their ultimate foe. Killing Levi Garrison became the top priority for every samurai in Razonia. It was like a mission ingrained into their souls. However, upon seeing Levi standing before them, their immense fury quickly turned into confusion and fear. Is he a ghost? Many had that speculation in mind. After all, they had seen his dead body with their very own eyes. And yet, he had somehow come back to life. How preposterous! No, no. He is Levi Garrison. Levi Garrison did not die. I get it. He sent the calamity. Ichiro was the first to grasp the situation. He also caught on the fact that Levi had become the master of the calamity. What? He's the master of the calamity? Yuda exclaimed, his eyes widening. When the calamity first appeared, everyone was so sure that they came to power because of Levi's death. But, who would have known, that in reality, Levi Garrison was the one in command of the calamity? Piece by piece, past events were starting to add up. The disappearance of the harbinger of death, the series of actions taken by the calamity, and the recent deaths were all linked to the man Levi Garrison. It was obvious by then, that Levi was seeking revenge. Everything finally made sense right then and there. After their long wait for the calamity to arrive, Levi Garrison finally showed up at their doors. Instead, kill them. Levi gave his command. The North Sky Lord immediately sprang into action. He hurled himself into the crowd, slashing the heads off his enemies. The samurais did not want to give up just yet, and they dashed towards the North Sky Lord, fighting with all their might. No matter how many times you come back from the dead, we'll come after you all the same. Yuda and Ichiro cried out, pulling out their long swords. On the battlefield, the samurais fought the North Sky Lord, while the ultimate class warriors focused their attacks on Levi. Soon, the fight came to a closure. Not even a single samurai survived the battle with the North Sky Lord, with their corpses lying a gruesome pool of blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Yuda and Ichiro were also at wit's end as their long swords were ruthlessly shattered by Levi. The next thing they knew, Levi was holding them by their necks and lifting them above the ground. With their eyes filled with fear and dread, they yelled, "Levi, no matter how strong you are, you'll never be able to kill Teniki. You won't even make it out of Razonia alive. Let me tell you that." Little did they know that those were their last words. Too bad you two won't be around to see that. Following that, Levi smashed the two bodies together forcibly. Blood splattered all over the place, and all that remained of the two ultimate class fighters was a horrid pile of human flesh. Two gone. One left. Watanabe Teniki, just you wait. Levi smirked coldly. And so, the hunt for Watanabe Teniki began. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1252. Within the great family of Frostford, which was the backbone of Samson Finch, Watanabe Teneke was one of the most talented individuals. Though Levi had never fought Teneke personally, he had heard quite a lot of rumors. Watanabe Teneke was the famous military strategist of Razonia. Those two seemed to have waited for us to show up at their doors. They were completely unprepared. This is probably just a distraction for Teneke to buy more time to set up traps, the North Sky Lord said. Levi pursed his lips and said, "Oh, I'll let him do what he wants for now. I'll be able to hunt him down anyways." Meanwhile, a total of 3,000 samurais, including God-class warriors, had gathered at the military division. For the sake of safeguarding his own life, Teneke decided to play every last one of his trump cards. He even had Kawasaki Zando, the great grandmaster of Razonia, on his side. Teneke was confident about the upcoming battle. "By the way, any news from Yuta?" he asked. "Nothing for now. Based on the information gathered by our spies, the Calamity has yet to make a move," his subordinate replied. "Is the Calamity really coming?" Demon Blade, who was sitting on a futon, snarled. Yes. I am quite certain of it," Teneke said firmly. "This is our chance to move up the ranks once more. If we can defeat or even destroy the Calamity in this battle, we'll be able to show the world just how formidable we are," he continued. Demon Blade squinted his eyes and said, "Well, let them come. I'll just kill them all for the sake of the Razonian Bushido." With those words, Teneke felt more reassured than ever. All the fear and apprehension that he felt were dispelled. Oh, they better show up. Even so, minutes ticked by, but they received no updates on the whereabouts of the Calamity. Yuta and Ichiro were also nowhere to be found. What if something bad happened to them? Someone among them said. Boom! At that exact moment, a thundering rumble reverberated throughout the manor. The stone gates of the military division, which weighed 5 tons, crumbled into pieces in the blink of an eye. Someone had kicked them down from outside. Bam! Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the entire military division was shaking, as if an earthquake had hit the area. Ripples began forming uncontrollably in the artificial lake within the manor. "Someone's coming!" All of the samurais who were on standby quickly stood up and got into position, staring intently at the doors of the room. Kawasaki Zando, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking battle-ready. Bang! Bang! 2 unidentified projectiles flew across the room at lightning speed. Clink! Clank! Clink! The samurais on the first line of defense responded swiftly, deflecting and slashing through the projectiles. What in the world? Yuta? Ichiro? When the samurais finally took a closer look at the supposed projectiles shot at them, they froze on the spot, in utter shock and terror. Those were not projectiles, those were the flesh and bones of Yamamoto, Yuta and Mitsui. Ichiro. Teneke's face turned pale as a sheet. So those two have already fallen. Is that how powerful the Calamity really is? 2 ultimate class warriors, fighting alongside thousands of samurais and god-class warriors. And yet, they were brutally slaughtered like this? Demon Blade narrowed his eyes. Pursing his lips into a cold smile, he seemed to be rather amused by the turn of events. Thud! 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 There was a shuffle of footsteps approaching the room. Each of the footsteps sounded like the beat of a drum, building up the tension in the room in a steady crescendo. The silhouettes of 2 men could be seen. 2 men. Someone pointed out. Am I seeing things? 2 men trying to fight against us? Here in the military division. Another said. The samurais in the room were completely dumbfounded by the odd turn of events. Seriously? This is too absurd. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1253. Tenica had 7 ultimate class warriors guarding him. And one of them is the formidable Demon Blade, who's the great Grandmaster of Raizonia. How dare the Calamity send out 2 fighters to fight us? Tenica, be prepared to face my wrath. A ruthless growl could be heard. Levi knew that Tenica was the mastermind behind his murder, alongside Samson Finch. Thus, his hatred toward him was no less than that for Samson Finch. Only with Tenica's head in hand, would the souls of his dead brothers be appeased. At that thought, a murderous aura emanated from him. On the contrary, Tenica's heart dropped with a thump. Why is the Calamity so hell-bent on killing me? His questions were quickly answered the very next moment when Levi strode into the room, glaring at him like a predator eyeing his prey. Levi. Levi Garrison. You're still alive. Tenica recognized him immediately. It was only then that he finally connected the dots in his head and understood what was going on. So the Calamity is yours. And you're the reason as to why I lost contact with Mr. Finch. Of the great family of Frostford, aren't you? Tenica spluttered. The others in the room looked rather appalled. Nobody expected Levi to be the person behind all the recent turmoil and deaths. No wonder those who were involved in scheming his murder were all hunted down. Tenica thought to himself. But this does not affect my plans in any way. I'll just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Raizonia shall regain its dignity, and Raizonia's greatest enemy shall be eliminated once again. Levi responded indifferently, you're pretty smart, aren't you? Samson Finch has already gone to hell, and you're going to be keeping him company. Tenica eyeballed the North Sky Lord, who stood beside Levi. He donned a peculiar mask that looked like a horrendous mishmash of the faces of an angel and a demon. Tenica chuckled, just the 2 of you, going against all of us. Humph, are you blind? Do you see anyone else here? Of course, it's just the 2 of us. They. North Sky Lord stared at the samurais in the room with contempt. He did not feel unnerved at all, even when faced with the menacing warriors in the room. Is he Levi Garrison? Demon Blade spoke, pointing a finger. Yes, he is Levi Garrison. Formerly known as the God of War. Tenica promptly replied. Was he the one who brought humiliation to Raizonia 5 years ago? The one who disgraced the Raizonian Bushido? Demon Blade snarled, his voice all raspy. Yes. Yes, it's him. Tenica sounded hysterical. My enemy. Raizonia's enemy. Humph, is that so? Then the last thing he shall witness before his death shall be the power of the Raizonian Bushido. Kawasaki Zando rumbled. He brandished his long sword, which had not seen daylight in 50 years. Nevertheless, Levi ignored the 2's chatter and turned to the rest of the people in the room. I have come here today for the sole purpose of killing Watanabe Tenica. The rest of you shall be spared if you leave the place now. He yelled. Levi was not a bloodthirsty monster who would kill just anyone. He only had his eyes on his enemies. However, if those who were innocent were to decide to stand in his way, he was prepared to slaughter them all. No way in hell! A samurai shouted. You'll have to get past us first. Nobody can touch our military strategist. Protect our leader. Take down Levi Garrison. Restore our pride. The samurais cried out in unison. Each and every one of them seemed to have the determination to fight to their deaths. For the people of Raizonia, Watanabe Tenica was a beloved, well-respected leader. He had the entire country on his side. Just then, Demon Blade also responded, you'll have to kill me first, if you want to even lay a finger on him. Of course, that is if you can. Levi snorted, oh, I'm so sorry then. But I think even God himself can't save him today. I shall end him right in front of your eyes. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1254. Try me! Demon Blade bellowed. His voice was deafening like thunder, echoing throughout the room. How dare a young brat like that threaten me? Nobody would have dared offend me the slightest 50 years ago, not even the ultimate class warriors. Demon Blade finally lost his calm, as uncontrollable anger began to consume him. You said that you'll kill him right in front of my eyes? How preposterous! You're the one who's dying today. Demon Blade stood up. At that time, his eyes were sparkling like a lion that had been woken up from its slumber. Levi Garrison, I admit that you are no ordinary man. Indeed, you have come back from the dead and killed Samson Finch, who had been an ultimate class warrior for 20 years. Tenica said. Upon hearing that, Demon Blade raised an eyebrow, his interest in his opponent growing. It was common knowledge that the more years of experience that an ultimate class warrior had, the more powerful he would be. That young brat defeated someone who had been an ultimate class warrior for 20 years? And he's the fighter who single-handedly tarnished Rei Sonia's reputation? How interesting! However, the Rei Sonian Bushido has evolved exponentially over the last 5 years, and unlike last time, the great warrior, Demon Blade, is now fighting with us. Don't you dare underestimate our strengths now. Tenica continued. He was feeling rather confident. In his head, Levi was definitely not making it out of Rei Sonia alive. Yes, that's right. Demon Blade has been an ultimate class fighter for almost 100 years. A samurai said. You can't win. Kawasaki Zando was actually older than Tanab Garrison, the Grand Master of the Garrison clan. Having been an ultimate class warrior for almost 100 years, his strength was unimaginable. In his eyes, the likes of Samson Finch were no more than ordinary warriors. Ha! You're so going to die. Levi was unmoved. He was determined to take Tenica's head no matter what. You want my head? Then come to me, at the peak of the Tower of the Sun, Tenica said. Laughing. I wish you all the best. He taunted. With that, he dashed towards the doors, along with Demon Blade and a few others. Don't you dare! Clink! Before Levi could go after them, samurais began crowding up around him, swinging their swords. You'll have to get past us first. They yelled. We won't let you leave. The samurais were not backing down. Soon, Teniki and his men arrived at the peak of the Tower of the Sunday. Standing at a height of 600 meters above the ground, the howling winds was all that they could hear. Whoosh! Whoosh! The chilly winds felt like small blades, cutting across their faces and leaving a burning pain. Why did you choose to come here? Kawasaki Zando asked. Don't you think that it'll be far more meaningful to end his life here? A victory on the highest peak of our country, which would signify Rei Sonia rising to power. Teniki replied. Secondly, him knowing that I'm here waiting for him would be a huge distraction which would affect his performance in battle. And lastly, this is my strategy to spot his weaknesses before we finally come face to face with him, he continued. Simply put, it was a strategy to ensure that Levi Garrison would die, a strategy to end his life at all costs. Undoubtedly, Teniki was a military strategist, not a warrior. Thus, he could not care less about playing it fair on the battlefields. On the other hand, Kawasaki Zando was not bothered about Teniki's strategy at all. All that he had in mind was manslaughter. I hope that he does come here. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1255. Leave a comment /The Protector /by chapter novel. Kawasaki Zando had hoped to engage in combat with the youngsters of Arudaya. He wanted to see what they were truly made of. Otherwise, he would have come out of solitude for nothing. Our Raisonian Bushido will be restored to its former glory. In fact, the news should come as no surprise. In less than half a day, it'll spread like wildfire and rock the world. Tenuka was also waiting eagerly for this moment to arrive. If he could send Levi to his death on Raisonian soil, the glory would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, both Levi and the North Sky Lord were cornered by thousands of people. Numbers were increasing still. Including the group outside the military division, it was an army of 5,000 strong. Everyone waited with bated breath. There was only one possible solution to undo the shame they had to endure 5 years ago. Kill Levi. Begin, came the order from Tenuka. Levi and North Sky Lord shared a look before beginning their assault. North Sky Lord charged into the battlefield like a hero with superhuman strength. Instantly, he summoned a 100-meter-tall shockwave that he sent hurtling into the oncoming crowd. Boom! The dense crowd was abruptly torn apart and scattered by this attack. Numerous casualties could be seen as the panicked troops struggled to move out of the way. "Get out of my way, or perish," bellowed Levi as he breached the opening created by North Sky Lord. Levi eyed an adversary that was standing in his way. He threw a punch that sent the man flying into the crowd like a cannonball. Bang! That blow was devastating enough to knock more than 100 men out of the way. They lay there in a writhing mass, with plenty of broken bones. Levi clicked his tongue impatiently as he observed the next wave of enemies coming his way. A battle cry was heard as a squad of more than a dozen God-class warriors charged towards Levi with sabers in hand. Slash! Nobody could foresee what happened next. Upon impact, the sabers broke. It was as if Levi's body was made of steel, for it was completely impenetrable. Levi nonchalantly dodged an attack that came from his right flank. He reached over and gently grabbed the katana of his opponent. With a plucking motion, Levi snapped the blade clean in half. His opponent tried to escape, but it was too late. With a flick of his wrist, Levi tossed the blade into the person's body. Blood spattered all over the floor before the dead assailant crumpled to the ground with a dull thud. Everyone was stunned. These were God-class warriors. Seasoned fighters were being treated as if they were mere playthings. The battalion started to sweat in their armor. How were they going to defeat Levi? His expression, on the other hand, was one of indifference. The fight was nothing but a walk in the park for him. He walked around the area leisurely despite being completely surrounded. But North Sky Lord painted a completely different picture. He attacked like a vicious animal, sending thousands scattered in complete disarray. The pair had two completely different combat styles. One was calm, and the other, wild. However, they made a terrifying team. It was as if the demons from hell had risen to fight. Each attack they unleashed maimed or killed anyone in their path. In a short period of time, the grounds of the military division had turned into a mass grave. Piles of bodies were scattered throughout the courtyard. The army of 5,000 was no match for Levi or North Sky Lord. Soon, the pair left the area with less than 2,000 men attempting to stop their advance. The troops were samurai, believers in the spirit of Bushido. Even with the odds against them, they would not back away without a fight. "We kill," came their cries as they rushed towards the pair. North Sky Lord attacked again, with Levi following closely behind. A crushing battle was currently being staged. A mere 5 minutes had passed, and there was nobody left standing. Levi and North Sky Lord had successfully plowed through a battalion of more than 1,000 strong. The battle had left many wounded. Despite this, they still burned with the desire to stop Levi and North Sky Lord. However, the severity of their injuries prevented them from getting up. The troops had no choice but to watch helplessly as they walked past them. 5,000 seasoned warriors only managed to deter the pair for about 10 minutes. They were horrified. Those defeated were ultimate samurai masters, who, without a doubt, outclassed the 30,000 that Levi had fought 5 years ago. This only showed how much power Levi had gained throughout the course of 5 years. Now, he had even gained a powerful ally. He was practically invincible. "Onward, to the Tower of the Sun," yelled Levi, his eyes ablaze with a chilling glow. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1256. What Levi and North Sky Lord didn't realize was that the earlier battle had only been a taste of what was to come. There may have been an army of 5,000 at the military division's grounds, but that was only a fraction of the conscripted fighters. Levi paused to survey the area and found that the real deterrent to hinder their progress lay outside the grounds. The Tower of the Sun wasn't too far away from the military division, but they had to traverse a pathway spanning 10 kilometers. Warriors had been stationed throughout the way, and they were by no means unskilled. They had been lying in wait, biding their time for a chance to attack. All of them were men loyal to Teniki, duty-bound to defend him with their lives. This was all a part of Teniki's plan. Even if the mob of warriors couldn't kill Levi, there was a chance they would overwhelm him instead. Levi might not be dead, but he would at least be exhausted. Or so he thought. In a grievous miscalculation, Teniki failed to anticipate the true strength of his opponents. The samurai he had positioned barely proved to be a hindrance to them at all. The pair swept through their defenses with a crushing force, defeating any obstacle in their path. Soon, nobody was left standing. But the one thing that even Watanabe Teniki himself did not expect was the sheer number of loyal men who showed up to stop Levi. The entire pathway was dotted with no less than 100,000 samurai. They all believe in the spirit of Bushido and were eager to fight. Having heard that Watanabe Teniki was in danger, they all rallied to his call, hoping for a chance to restore Raisonian Bushido to its former glory. Samurai from all over came with a single purpose, to kill Levi Garrison. It had been less than an hour, but it felt like an eternity had passed. Soon, Levi and North Sky Lord arrived at the base of the Tower of the Sunday. Both men were drenched in enough blood to be mistaken for corpses, but the blood did not belong to them. So far, all 100,000 men they encountered on their way to the Tower of the Sun had been defeated. The bodies piled high, with the stench of blood and warfare filling the air. Throughout the region, the wails of defeated samurai were heard. It was a sorrowful lament of shame and anguish. This was an even bigger smear on Raisonian Bushido, worse than the colossal embarrassment they had to endure 5 years ago. Not even 100,000 samurai could stop the two of them. If news of the fight were to spread, it would have been named the Battle of Gods. The Master of the Calamity, as well as North Sky Lord, had successfully defeated 100,000 samurai on Raisonia. This was the equivalent of 2 grown men warding off insects. The Raisonians had no dignity left to spare, for it was completely destroyed by their losses in this battle. This fight would set Raisonian Bushido back by 10 years. It wasn't just men they lost, but, most importantly, their dignity. The shame was more than what everyone could bear. They could only watch, completely hapless at the pair's advances. Soon, it was up to Teniki alone to put up a fight. He bore the hopes of the thousands on Raisonia. These were the men who desperately wanted to bring back Raisonian Bushido to a more respectable state. Levi Garrison must be defeated. Glory to Raisonia! Thousands of the fallen lay there, their eyes watching the Tower of the Sun, the place where their only hopes remained. Looking at the Tower of the Sun, Levi sneered. Even if you go to hell and back, Teneke, I will have your head. With that, Levi and North Sky Lord entered the tower. Teneke was not about to let them waltz inside, unhindered. He had stationed even more fighters, ready to intercept the moment Levi entered the building. Despite that, Levi and North Sky Lord managed to fight their way through all 200 floors. After all, this wasn't a question of difficulty but merely time. Levi and North Sky Lord were the invincible duo. It did not take them long at all, in fact. The battle was a bloody one, as they fought their way up. At the very top of the tower, Teneke feverishly kept track of their movements. Every bit of progress was reported to him, with no information withheld. What? They fought their way through all of them, exclaimed Teneke worriedly. Is he injured? He inquired again, hurriedly. This is troubling news indeed. He's covered in blood. If he does manage to get up here, he's probably exhausted, came one report. Teneke smiled. Ha! He's strong indeed, but we have something better. Demon Blade merely observed the exchange impassively. He couldn't care less. A single blow would be enough to put them out of their misery. I bet Levi Garrison wouldn't see my blade coming, he mused. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1257. Levi and North Sky Lord were making quick work of the warriors in all 200 floors. Each floor was full of God-class warriors but all of them were defeated. They were no match for the two of them. These warriors were the backbone of Raisonian Bushido, who owed their successes in combat to the vigorous training under this branch. In spite of their efforts, they were wiped out easily. They could barely hold Levi back for more than a minute. Levi and North Sky Lord were truly masterful opponents. All it took was their combined efforts to decimate the legacy of Raisonian Bushido. The pair made their way up the tower steadily, before finally arriving at its peak. Suddenly, a group of 6 warriors surrounded them. They were Teneke's trump card. His last resort, the 6th Great Grandmaster. If he had not been in such dire straits, the thought of bringing them out wouldn't have crossed Teneke's mind. Levi Garrison. Let this floor be your grave. The 6 pinned Levi with a threatening glare, as they readied their attacks. North Sky Lord eyed the 6 figures coldly and said, Master, leave them to me. All right, replied Levi as he rushed towards the peak. The 6th Great Grandmaster tried to stop Levi, but they were held back by North Sky Lord. A ferocious battle broke out between the 7 in that small, confined space. At the peak of the Tower of the Sun, Demon Blade sat on his knees. His eyes were closed as he waited for Levi's impending arrival. Teneke was standing next to him. The weather reflected the bleak atmosphere of Raisonia. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, adding to the sense of foreboding and gloom. The tower was easily one of the tallest structures in the land. The upper half was encased in the clouds, where its current occupants lay in wait amongst the howling winds and gathered mist. Outside, a storm was brewing. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard approaching the room. Teneke's face fell. And so he arrives. A gruesome figure rapidly approached, drenched in blood. Suddenly, Demon Blade opened his eyes. He glared at Levi with lightning illuminating his gaze. A terrible shockwave formed and blasted its way towards Levi, letting out a loud rumble. Boom! Levi only stood there, blood dripping off his body. Teneke stared for some time and realized that none of the blood on Levi's body was his own. What the hell? Did he fight over 100,000 men without a single injury? His breath is calm and steady. His footsteps are light. Did he seriously just fight a battle? The thought made Teneke's blood run cold. Demon Blade, however, grinned. Levi was a strong opponent, and that certainly piqued his interest. Why would I even bother killing someone weak? After all, he had not come out of a 50-year seclusion to fight a wimp. When Levi arrived, he looked at his surroundings bemusedly before saying, "Not a bad place. You've chosen for your death. You arrogant little sh*t. Demon Blade glanced at Levi and pinned him with a glare. Surprisingly enough, Tenica seemed relaxed. Goodness, you're so strong. If not for the circumstances, I'd love to be friends with you. Do you think you're somehow worthy of that? Piss off." Levi clicked his tongue in annoyance and pointed an accusatory finger at Tenica. "Look, I know you're determined to kill me and all, but do you know who this man is? Standing before you," asked Tenica, with an absent-minded flick of his wrist. "Allow me to introduce you to Demon Blade, the ultimate class warrior of the highest caliber in Raizonia. 50 years ago, this man single-handedly took on all of Bayview's ultimate class warriors, only to deliver unto them a crushing defeat. Nobody would dare cross him, and I honestly doubt that even someone of your capabilities will win against him today." Suddenly, there was a fierceness in Tenica's eyes. "Levi Garrison, I'm here to sentence you to death by the hands of the ultimate great grandmaster. Consider this an honor of the highest degree." "I'm still going to kill you," came Levi's reply. He seemed unperturbed by the threat. "Such arrogance! Young man, do you think you can kill him? You'll have to go through me first," retorted Demon Blade. Levi sneered. "Ah, but what is youth without arrogance, old man? 5 years ago, you threw Raisonian Bushido such a heavy blow that you set us back by 50 years. It was a nightmare. You've been our greatest source of shame." He paused briefly and gave Levi another icy stare. "Henceforth, I, Kawasaki Zando, pledge to defeat you and restore Raisonian Bushido to its former glory." Very slowly, Demon Blade got to his feet. Boom! His body pulsed with static and gave out a threatening aura. There was the sound of the wind howling and the distant crack of thunder. "Pay attention, young man. One slice of my blade will be enough to finish you." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1258. As Kawasaki Zando said these words, there was no hint of arrogance in his flat tone. He seemed to be expressing a simple fact. A mere slash of his blade was enough to end anyone who stood in his way. His demeanor did not express self-confidence but a sense of familiarity in his abilities. This man was dangerous as an opponent, and clashing with him would be perilous. Death was inevitable. All he had to do was attack Levi Garrison with his blade, and it would mean the end of it. Tenica also believed his words without a doubt. If Demon Blade were that strong 50 years ago, he'd be even stronger now. "Oh, is that so?" sneered Levi. Now that he had mastered the age-old martial arts techniques that he had sought to learn, Levi's strength was not to be underestimated. The first battle between the two began shortly. Suddenly, Kawasaki Zando's demeanor changed. He may have looked the part of a gray-haired, miserable man, but his eyes shone with spirit. Kawasaki Zando felt his blood surge like waves. The momentum his body had generated was increasing very steadily. Phew! A storm had indeed formed at the summit of the tower. The already darkened sky was accompanied by a loud chorus of thunder. The ground surrounding the tower was elevated, which also contributed to the increased airflow and the relentless howling wind. Now, Kawasaki Zando's momentum had increased even more. His body rumbled with the energy he amassed as he fused the currents of air generated by the wind. Soon, an explosive burst of thunder was heard. Tenica, who'd been standing too close, was flung away from the site. Since he was an ordinary person, the impact was so great that he tasted his own blood. All of Edoho could feel the tremors caused by the storm as if alluding to a heavy downpour. Yet, the sky showed no signs of lightning. Only thunder was heard. The phenomenon made everyone curious. After all, how were they to know that this was not thunder in the first place? This was the sheer might and energy exuded by Demon Blade, who stood atop the tower of the Sunday. If he could generate such power, calling him the ultimate great grandmaster was no surprise at all. Tenika shook himself out of his stupor and hurriedly took some medicines he had kept on hand. His condition was now stable, and he was no longer bleeding. He also realized that Demon Blade was about to unleash his attack. Tenika waited with anticipation and glee. Levi Garrison would definitely perish. Mere moments later, scarlet lightning struck the tower of the Sunday. It was a very vivid, eye-catching sight to behold. The lightning was a bright red, almost like the color of blood. Another crack of thunder soon followed. The people of Edoho looked up to the sky, clearly intrigued by the queer yet threatening display. Yet, no one had ever guessed that that was not lightning at all but a blade. 50 years later, Kawasaki Zando's Yato had made an appearance once again, at long last. The blade had an ethereal quality that dazzled the onlookers. How was that blade able to create such strong tremors? This display, alongside the ominous atmosphere, created a very shocking scene. The moment Demon Blade unleashed his Yato, the dark sky lit up with an intensity that could rival daylight. The crimson light had temporarily blinded Tenika, and he intuitively averted his gaze. Tenika's mind was racing. I'm among the first to truly witness the Yato in action. Levi will witness it too, of course, but he'll dead meat soon. It's an honor. Watanabe Tenika smirked, gleefully imagining Levi's decapitation. The moment Kawasaki Zando summoned his blade, he stepped towards Levi in a flash. The Yato in his hand glowed scarlet as he slashed at Levi, only to find that he missed. The little runt has some speed in him after all. Levi was by far the fastest opponent Kawasaki Zando had met. His past opponents had been unworthy of his status as a great grandmaster. Out of nowhere, a spatter of blood whizzed past. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1259. A sharp, slicing sound was heard, followed by a loud crash. A spatter of blood escaped the fray, and landed on Tenika's face. The warm blood immediately brought Tenika to his senses again. Ha ha ha! He laughed and gingerly touched the blood on his face. Levi Garrison was dead, at long last. He had seen it with his own eyes. There was no way Levi could have survived that blow. The blood that he felt had to be from Levi's decapitated head. True to its word, the Yato definitely lived up to its name. Any opponent in its path would meet their end. Tenika's joy, alas, was short-lived. A glance at the scene was enough to wipe the grin off his face. Not only did Levi Garrison appear to be unharmed, but even his head remained intact. Instead, Kawasaki Zando stood there with his blade broken in half. He looked utterly defeated, with blood trickling down the side of his mouth. Where's the other half of the blade? A chill went down his spine. It wasn't long until he noticed a faint, scarlet glimmer in Kawasaki Zando's chest. He was bleeding profusely from the stab wound. Levi Garrison had not only lived to tell the tale of the Yato. He had managed to shatter it and stab Kawasaki with his own weapon. Only Kawasaki Zando understood the depth of Levi's strength. The power of Demon Blade was something inherited by the wielder deemed most worthy. Somehow, a power that had lasted thousands of years was defeated by just a punch? This is incredible. He is so young but he possesses such strength. There was no doubt that this was Arudaya's one and only God of War. Arudaya must have been such a wondrous place, having produced someone like this. Is it possible that he's from there? Kawasaki Zando couldn't take it anymore as he thought of this. He fell to the ground with a groan and lay there, motionless. This ultimate great grandmaster, who was nearly a century old, had failed in his mission to restore Rei Sonia's glory. He could not even protect their military strategist. Today, Rei Sonian Bushido was completely defeated. 5 years ago, Levi Garrison had humiliated them, only for them to suffer an even bigger humiliation 5 years later. How could they regain their pride after this crushing defeat? At around this time, North Sky Lord had just finished his battle with the 6 great Grandmaster and made his way up to the tower's summit. With a cursory glance, he said, "Well, you handled this a lot faster than I thought." The only man left standing was Watanabe Tenaki. He looked dumbfoundedly at the pair, not knowing how to react. Tenaki was not by any means stupid. He was a strategist whose resourcefulness was almost godlike. Every single strategy had been planned, every possibility was calculated and taken into consideration. The only factor he failed to take into consideration was Levi's strength. Levi took a deep breath and said coldly, "Are you witnessing all this, comrades? Here is the mastermind. I will avenge you all." Deep down, Levi was relieved. He fulfilled the promise he made to his brothers in arms. Every single person who had been involved in this mess had been dealt with. "Wait!" Tenaka shouted hastily. "I admit defeat. But before I die, there are some doubts I want to clear." "Why not, I guess." "What do you want to know?" asked Levi in a very cold tone. Tenaka's questions were simple. He wanted to know how Levi survived the attack, how he recovered, and what became one of the calamity. True to his word, Levi answered all his questions. After hearing all of the explanations, Watanabe Tenaka smiled contentedly. "Don't forget, Levi Garrison. You may have given us a humiliating defeat today, but there will be a reckoning in the future." Levi smirked. "A reckoning from who, pray tell?" "You're out of ultimate class warriors, to my knowledge. Rei Sonia's strength lies in our unyielding will," roared Tenaki. "The spirit of Bushido will still live on. Mark my words, one day, there will be a samurai strong enough to challenge and defeat you." Levi snickered. "Until then, I'll wait. But before you die, I have a question of my own. How did the Blood King Palace manage to return? Were they not wiped out?" queried Levi. Watanabe Tenaka gave Levi a smug smile. "Do you really want to know?" "Yes. Tell me." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1260. You will never know the answer to that secret. Suddenly, Tenaka's face contorted into a twisted smile as he plunged a tanto right into his abdomen. The pain made him gasp out loud, but he persisted. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "Bushido will live on." The tanto was coated with poison, and it didn't take long before Tenaka breathed his last. The poison was fast-acting, and there would have been no chance at saving him. Levi Garrison wanted to know how the Blood King Palace made its return, but the trail had gone cold. It didn't matter that much to him, however. He had avenged his brothers in arms, and that was the most important thing. "You have been avenged. Now I'm going to bring you all home," shouted Levi. Levi had ordered his men to retrieve the bodies of all 357 victims, including that of Jonah Garrison. Given that some of the bodies had been found in a sorry state, Levi decided to cremate everyone and have the ashes packed in burial urns. He couldn't bear to bury them in a foreign land. They had to be buried at home in Arudaya. These were warriors of Arudaya, men born and raised there. Levi was determined to have a tomb built for all of his fallen comrades. Soon after, Levi and North Sky Lord left the Tower of the Sun, only to be met by the tears of 100,000 men. Seeing the two leave intact was a cause of great sorrow to them. They realized that this meant the defeat of Demon Blade. Raisonian Bushido had failed once again. The defeat had dealt a devastating blow to their morale. There was no telling if they would recover from the humiliation, even after a century had passed. This was a day the followers of Raisonian Bushido would never forget. If this shame were not eradicated in the near future, they feared they would no longer have any dignity left. Word of this battle had spread quite quickly. The Master of the Calamity and North Sky Lord had single-handedly defeated the Raisonians in combat. First came the defeat of both Yuta Yamamoto and Ichiro Mitsui, followed by 100,000 samurai who were sent to fight Levi and North Sky Lord. Among the biggest casualties were the 7 great grandmasters including Demon Blade, the ultimate great grandmaster, in Bayview's tallest tower, including the death of Watanabe Tenkei, the military strategist. The world exploded in a frenzy as soon as word got out. There was no denying the strength of the calamity. Blood King Palace seemed to pale in comparison. They were barely on the same level. Before this, Blood King Palace was considered a force too difficult to destroy, having earned notoriety as the most powerful group in the Dark World. The Calamity's actions in taking the initiative were making waves. Having won the so-called Battle of the Gods, the Calamity had earned a place in the hierarchy. They were quickly ranked as the most dangerous force in the world, and their danger levels were off the charts. However, it was not fair to compare both the Calamity and Blood King Palace in the same vein. Blood King Palace was an organization that took pride in shady dealings, including assassination, sabotage, and threats to establish its dominance. The Calamity, on the other hand, only wanted revenge for past grievances. However, this act of avenging their fallen was seen as something even more terrifying and cruel in the eyes of the public. Somehow, this was worse than the past actions of Blood King Palace. For now, the world was set abuzz discussing the Calamity, especially Erudaya. Levi's supporters had ideas of their own. If only Levi Garrison were still alive, lamented some. Surely he's the only one who can defeat the Calamity. Yes, and their actions are even more belligerent than Blood King Palace. What arrogance! If Levi Garrison were here, they wouldn't last a second. Hell, if Levi Garrison were still alive, there will be no place for the Calamity. These remarks caught the ear of Windsor Campbell, who was furious. He was the one who held the title God of War, but all they were concerned about was Levi Garrison. Everyone hoped that Levi would still be alive and step in to eradicate the Calamity. Windsor gritted his teeth and swore inwardly. Why can't I do it? Am I less capable than Levi? He'd barely done anything, only to be defeated by Levi Garrison in name alone. I want to take action on the Calamity, said Windsor. But the Dragonites won't let us. Tsar's explanation was cut short by Windsor's glare. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1261. Talon and Balgun hurriedly held Tsar back and motioned for him to hold his tongue. They could tell that Windsor Campbell was eager to prove himself. He was not willing to live in the shadow of his predecessor throughout his tenure. Tsar cleared his throat. Well, making a move will not be impossible, but, he trailed off and paused briefly. But what? Asked Windsor. God of War, you should present your challenge to the Calamity as a civilian. Don't drag any particular stance into this, suggested Tsar with a hint of hesitation. Well, that might actually work. The most important thing is for me to defeat the Calamity and win everyone over. To guarantee my victory, I'll go into seclusion for the time being. Windsor was eager to practice the combat skills Samson taught him. If my training is successful, then I'd challenge the Calamity. My chances of succeeding would be higher as well. Windsor Campbell may have been of noble stock, but he had yet to face a real opponent. For that reason, he'd always erroneously assumed that there were no other experts in the world. Such thoughts had made him complacent. As such, Sampson's elusiveness was so great that news of his death never reached Windsor's ears. He had no way of finding out at all. Back in Northampton, Zoe and Emma Jones had just received word from Levi over the phone. "Mom?" "Levi said he'd be back soon," said Zoe excitedly. All this while, things had been normal. Nobody had come for Levi's head either, but Zoe had to maintain the charade. Everyone assumed that Levi was dead, so they had to play the part of the grieving family. After all, there were still strangers who had come to ask about information regarding the circumstances of Levi's death. Hence, they had to play safe. At the time, plenty of villains had shown up too. Not too long ago, the Garrison clan in Oakland City was being taunted. The Lopezes and the Black family, on the other hand, believed that Levi was clobbered to death by the Garrison clan. Coupled with the fact that Dale Lehman had severed ties with Zoe, both the Lopezes and the Black family had been pushing for Zoe to find a backer. It was in her best interests, or so they claimed, that she found a powerful new husband. That way, she would be able to secure her estate and wealth. The Lopezes and Black family had not been completely wrong in their suggestion, though. Since she'd also lost the support of the Lehman Group, many outsiders had been eyeing the Morris Group with great interest. Zoe and the others were slowly being pushed to the brink of danger. She would have difficulties holding on soon. At this moment, Levi Garrison was making his way back to Arudaya. The entourage that followed him contained a total of 357 burial urns. Among them were the remains of Hades, wrapped in a separate sheet. After all, he was from L Nation, and they deserved closure as well. Levi decided to first sort out the matter of his comrades in Arudaya before bringing Hades' remains back to L Nation for his interment. Earlier on, Levi conducted a funeral in an unnamed town near North Gale and had the remains of all the victims cremated there. All these innocent lives. What an sad sight! Comrades, our homeland lies ahead. Finally, I've brought you home, shouted Levi, the moment he spotted the familiar sights of Arudaya. Had it not been for this bunch of rough men, he'd likely not be alive. They gave him a chance at rebirth. Thankfully, he was strong enough to avenge his comrades. None of the culprits deserved to make it out alive. As they approached Arudaya's borders, Levi got out of the car. Holding Jonah's urn in his hands, he proceeded towards Arudayan soil on foot. The rest of his team followed suit. Levi was enacting the highest honors possible to bring home his fallen comrades. In the split second that ensued, Levi had mixed feelings about his mission. He was quite relieved that he could bring them home and inter them on their own soil. He could not raise them to be martyrs or patriots, but he could build them a tomb or a monument at least. His happiness was short-lived, however. West Sky Lord approached Levi with a grim expression on her face. "Master, I come bearing bad news." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1262. L. Speak. West Sky Lord hesitated briefly before replying, "A ban has been issued. All cemeteries are now off-limits to the likes of Mr. Jonah Garrison and any other such figures. Forget about building them a tomb. You can't even lay them to rest." After she said her piece, West Sky Lord felt a chill pierce through her spine. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and waited for Levi to respond. "In other words, they are only worthy of being buried in the wilderness?" asked Levi. "Yes, apparently so. Rumors have been spread, claiming that Mr. Jonah Garrison and the 300 or so men were traitors. Traitors cannot be interred in Arudaya because they don't deserve that honor. They're also saying that their deaths were well deserved, said West Sky Lord with a shiver. Nobody should have protected the main culprit to begin with. The air around them was tense. Everyone could sense that Levi was seething. They had to endure such tragic, miserable deaths. On top of that, they're not even allowed to be buried in their own homeland? They are not to be honored? If he could not do that for his fallen comrades, how could he face their souls? I don't care who stands in my way. My comrades and brothers in arms, they need a home. I will build them a monument and conduct the funeral rites they rightfully deserve. Turning to face the rest of his team, Levi issued new commands in a low growl. Our new destination: Northway City, Green Hills Cemetery. We are to ensure that all 356 of my comrades are interred properly. The whole entourage pressed on to the largest city in the north, Northway. Levi wanted to bury his comrades there. North Sky Lord nudged West Sky Lord and asked, who imposed the ban? The Garrison clan of Oakland City, whispered West Sky Lord. She did not have the courage to reveal that information to Levi earlier. North Sky Lord took a deep breath. He'd guessed as much. Only the most powerful family in Arudaya had that kind of reach. Truth be told, the Garrison clan is playing with fire. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot at this point. As the people closest to Levi right now, they could feel the sorrow that Levi felt over Jonah's death. In fact, he blamed himself mainly. Because he could not save Jonah from his demise, Levi felt that the only atonement he could offer was to build him a tomb. God help anyone who stood in his way. At last, they reached a small airport at the edge of Arudaya. Levi and his team held the boxes that contained the urns and carefully moved them in on foot. The next flight was bound for Northway City without many passengers on board. Levi then decided to purchase all the empty seats available. It was the least he could do and the most respectful, in his opinion. He couldn't bear to check the urns in. Of course, this was under the assumption that there were plenty of seats. Levi had no desire to cause any inconvenience to anyone else. Besides, the boxes were all carefully wrapped, so nobody could tell what they contained. Just then, a party of 3 women and 2 men walked up to the counter. The women looked beautiful, and the men were quite good-looking. The girl who stood in front of the group was particularly stunning. She had a small and dainty face, no bigger than her palm. Her skin was alluring, reminiscent of uncut jade. She wore a blouse and a pair of hot pants, which exposed her long and slender legs. Her creamy white skin looked very attractive. The girl's face also looked quite young. Given her youthful demeanor, she was likely still a student. At a glance, anyone could tell that she was the campus belle. Sophie Lehman frowned slightly, gave the boarding pass a disdainful look. Why did you buy the tickets so late, Harris? Now we're got to fly in economy class. She enunciated the words economy class with a slight grimace. The boy next to her replied, well, it is my fault. I'll see if I can get us upgraded. The group of 5 had just returned from their summer vacation in the north. Harris Lopez took his boarding pass and walked towards Levi, who was about to board first. Class. Hey, you. Let's swap seats. I'll make up for the difference and give you another 5,000 for your trouble. Harris Lopez could be quite demanding when he needed to be. Levi didn't bother looking up and gave Harris a firm no. 10,000 then, said Harris angrily. No. What about 50,000, asked Harris again, through gritted teeth. I said, no. This was enough to make Sophie Lehman lose her temper as well. Hey, what is the meaning of this? You're not even going to look at us when we talk to you? You're so f***ing rude. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1263. The other classmates in the group sneered at Levi as well. Exactly. Who do you think you are, pretending to be rich? This ticket costs only 1,000. Heck, even my meal is more expensive than your stupid ticket. And look at the cheap *T you're wearing. Are those even designer labels? I'm guessing you don't have much money after all. Why did you buy a first-class ticket if you have nothing to show for it? North Sky Lord decided to step in before it got worse. Go away, he said coldly. He could see that Levi was already very angry. Fine. Sophie Lehman left them in a huff. This is unacceptable. We've never flown economy class before, exclaimed Sophie. Soon. She took note of all the empty seats in the first-class cabin. There were no passengers on board, but the seats were occupied with objects. Harris Lopez got the attention of the flight attendant. Gesturing at the empty seats, she asked, "There's nobody sitting there, right?" "Yes, but..." Before the flight attendant could explain, Harris kicked off the boxes that were tied to the seats. "All right, then just give us these seats. We'll settle the differences after we land." Harris Lopez was the eldest son of Northway City's most prominent family. As such, he was always overbearing and inconsiderate when it came to handling certain situations. Especially now, since he didn't want to appear weak in front of Sophie Lehman. They were about to take their seats when they noticed several pairs of eyes glaring at them. They immediately felt a chill down their spines, but decided to continue on with the Cold War. Levi, North Sky Lord, and West Sky Lord looked at them with contempt. "Put the items back on the seats, and I will look the other way," said Levi coldly. "Yes, these items belong to this gentleman here. He bought out the first-class cabin." The stewardess hastily jumped in to explain the situation. "What? Did he buy these seats to deposit trash on them? Do you even know what's inside these boxes?" Harris Lopez gave the box another kick, this time hard enough to disturb the lids. Suddenly, a deeply sinister chill seeped into the air. Harris, Sophie, and the other kids immediately froze. The chill was horrible, and there was something quite murderous about it. It was almost as if something in there wanted them dead. North Sky Lord was reaching the limits of his patience. In a violent lurch, North Sky Lord lifted Harris Lopez by the nape and slammed him into the ground. Bang! Harris was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The air he breathed was cold, and he inhaled with some difficulty. "What do you think you're doing?" Sophie yelled, "Get off him! Let him go!" The flight attendants watched the incident unfold anxiously. "Yes, please, let him go! Let him go!" North Sky Lord immediately released Harris after he heard Levi's command. Levi was not going to let this slide, however. "Put the items back on their seats. Apologize. And we'll call it a day." As he said this, his eyes never left Harris's gaze. Sophie Lehman pointed at Levi and exclaimed, "What's the hell is wrong with you? You're the one who resorted to violence, and you want us to apologize? How is that logical?" Sophie Lehman was the pride of the Lehman family, another influential group in Northway City. She did not come from common stock. For this reason, she wasn't afraid in the slightest when it came to confrontations like this. "So what mistakes have I made? Tell me," said Levi. "You bought out the first-class cabin, but you're using it to stash crap on the seats. Seats are for people, not luggage. Besides, why couldn't you check those in? You're making it tough people who need those seats," yelled Sophie. "Yes, those seats are meant for passengers, not luggage. Why won't you let us sit there?" Several others had decided to join in on the emotional blackmail. Levi sneered and said, "Because I spent my money on these seats, not you. So I get to decide what I put on my seats. It's none of your f***ing business." Sophie was rendered speechless by Levi's tirade. "What if I insist on sitting here?" asked Harris angrily. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1264. "Go on, have a try. I'll break your legs if you do," roared North Sky Lord. Harris blabbered but did not dare say much. He was still terrified after his first encounter with North Sky Lord. "Now go back to your own f***ing seats and behave yourselves. Considering your kids, I'm going to let this slide. Otherwise, I'll really break your goddamn legs," bellowed North Sky Lord. Everyone was frightened into submission. One by one, they backed away slowly. They may come from illustrious households, but with no bodyguards around, nobody dared behave too rashly. However, before leaving the first-class cabin, Harris took a few pictures of Levi. "What do you think you're doing?" asked North Sky Lord angrily. He was getting really tired of their nonsense. "Well, weren't you acting all high and mighty earlier? Why don't you wait a while after we land? I'll be waiting for you in Riverville," threatened Harris. Riverville was Harris's turf, and he was definitely not going to let the issue slide. Not after how they embarrassed him in front of Sophie. "So? What will it be? I dare you to lay a finger on me in Riverville," sneered Harris. "Again? As you wish." North Sky Lord was a little taken aback. He was not expecting Levi to agree to this. This could only mean that Levi was extremely angry. "Then you're done for," exclaimed Harris as he arrogantly walked towards the economy class cabin. Before the plane took off, he quickly sent the photographs to the butler. A background check on these people was necessary. Harris Lopez may be the scion of a powerful family, but he had a clear mind when it came to such things. Before he picked a proper fight, he would always run a background check to prevent any trouble. The butler soon replied. "These individuals are just ordinary people with no prominent background or lineage." But that wasn't true at all. Levi's identity was deliberately made obscure, along with the other members on his team. Any searches conducted in the databases would have come up blank. Harris looked at the response gleefully. "Ah, so they are a group of nobodies after all. You're all going to be f***ed when this plane lands. They need to be taught a lesson for being that unreasonable," said Sophie with a huff. She thought she had done nothing wrong and that the fault was all Levi's. Sophie remained blissfully unaware of the fact that what she did was emotional blackmail. Levi Garrison could do whatever the hell he wanted with the money he spent. Nobody could say anything. Indeed. I've already notified the family. My bodyguards are now waiting outside the airport. Those three had better be prepared, replied Harris smugly. Sophie looked at Harris approvingly, which also made him feel excited. The flight to the city took approximately an hour and a half. They landed safely in the Riverville airport. Levi and his party got off the plane, boxes of urns in tow. Immediately after they left the airport, they were stopped by Harris Lopez. "Are you thinking of escaping? Don't even think about it." Harris had an ugly sneer on his face. "Send them out," commanded Harris. A few dozen cars stopped at the sidewalk, and a few hundred brawny men rushed out of the car. Soon, Levi and his team were surrounded. The men were bodyguards employed by the Lopez family, capable individuals who knew how to engage in combat where necessary. "Do you know who you're messing with? I'm Harris Lopez, the eldest son of the Lopez family. In Riverville. This is payback for what happened earlier." Now that Harris was safely back in his own domain, he could afford to be cockier. He didn't have to worry about the consequences, nor did he have to take anything else into consideration. "Who dares provoke the young Mr. Lopez?" yelled all the bodyguards in unison. "Do you have a death wish?" The frightened crowd scurried away frantically, not wishing to get involved in a mess like this. Sophie had thought of something in the meantime. "Don't be too heavy-handed," she cautioned. "You might accidentally kill someone." Harris grinned and replied, "Don't worry, I know my limits. I'm just going to break their limbs. At most, just to teach them a lesson. Kneel and beg. Maybe then, I'll consider forgiving you just this once." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1265. Harris looked at them with a smug on his face. "How dare they disrespect me? They're asking for death." Sophie shouted, "I'm quite merciful. Just apologize, and I'll let this matter go." She felt conflicted. "I'm not wrong. Levi is the one at fault." And she couldn't help but brood over it. Harris chimed in and jeered, "Right. Apologize, and I'll spare your lives. We did nothing wrong, so why should we?" Levi asked them in return. "What a joke. They act all high and mighty because they have power? If we're overseas, they could have been dead long ago. But they're Erudians. Hence, I will turn a blind eye to their rude remarks." However, his question enraged Harris. "Are you refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit now?" Following that, Sophie warned angrily. "I'll ask you guys for the last time. Apologize. Or else. Don't blame me for not being merciful later." From her perspective, she was giving them a chance. If they apologized, all of this would end. And nothing would happen. Apologize, and they shall leave safely. But if they don't appreciate my kindness, then there's nothing I can do. I should just let Harris teach them a lesson. Levi smirked. "Apologize? No way. You guys will be the ones to kneel and beg for your lives." Hearing that, Harris was infuriated, and he yelled, "What? Us, kneeling? Dream on." Sophie and her classmates found it hard to believe. They're the ones in danger now, not us. So why should we apologize? This infuriated Sophie completely, and flames of fury burned away the last piece of kindness she had left. "I'm not dealing with this anymore." North Sky Lord scoffed, "You guys don't believe him." Harris growled, "How on earth will we believe him? You guys will be the ones to kneel for forgiveness. So be it. Harris, do whatever you want. I won't interfere." Sophie stomped to one side, expecting to witness a fight that was about to unfold while staring at Levi angrily. Some people are really uncultured. Maybe a few punches will teach them how to behave. Sophie wanted to see Harris beat the crap out of Levi, while Harris's expression became vicious. "Let's take these idiots down. Just make sure they're alive." Clang! 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 When hundreds of Harris's men were preparing to attack, they could hear a loud sound. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled rhythmically as if an army was approaching. The sudden movement of the land and the rhythmic loud noises petrified everyone. Harris, Sophie, and the bodyguards of the Lopez family stopped whatever they were doing, and turned around in unison to see what was coming from behind. When they saw what was approaching, they were dumbstruck. A huge crowd covered in black from head to toe stood behind them, filling up the open spaces. Wearing half-angel and half-devil masks, they were armed with an ancient dagger as murderous intent emanated from their bodies. They looked like they were beings from hell. And most importantly, there were at least 1,000 of them. "Welcome to Riverville, Master!" the leader of the army shouted, followed up by the rest. Their voices were so loud that it was earth-shattering, shocking everyone to their cores. North Sky Lord, West Sky Lord, and others took out their masks and put them on. It was the same half-angel and half-devil mask. Boom! Everyone was on the verge of exploding from the overload of information. The Calamity? The organization that inflicted a crushing defeat to the Raisonian Bushido? Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1266. Everyone knew that the half-angel and half-devil mask was a symbol of the Calamity. So they are the Calamity. And they are actually in Erudaya. How? Just how is this possible? This is just our luck, we've managed to offend the Calamity. No mercy for those who offended our master. Thousands of Calamity's warriors shouted. In unison. Their shouts immediately set off a terrifying aura as a murderous intent enveloped the entire space. Thump! Thump! One after another, the bodyguards of the Lopez family collapsed to their knees, unable to hold their ground against the overbearing pressure. The bloodthirsty, cutthroat aura shrouded their bodies, instilling fear in their hearts, making them pale as they sweated profusely. In just a few minutes, they were kneeling in a pool of water, formed from their sweat. Everyone was busy trembling while looking at the figures of the Calamity's warriors in fear. This is terrifying. Everyone from the Calamity actually came. They were like the underworld beings, and their arrival meant catastrophe and demolition to everyone else. Staring at everything uncovering in front of them, Sophie and Harris were dumbfounded. This is the Calamity? They defeated the entire world and became a nightmare for every other organization and country. We actually demanded for their master's apology. We're dead. We're **ing dead meat. Our families won't be able to save us. No. No one can save us. They were breaking out in a cold sweat, as they knew they were indeed in huge trouble. Right then, the North Sky Lord marched toward Harris. His menacing aura lingered around his body and made him look like a giant in Harris's eyes. Thud! With tears streaming down his cheeks, Harris collapsed on his knees. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong. It scared Harris to tears. He banged his head onto the ground, again and again, begging for forgiveness, until his forehead was bleeding. The classmates of Sophie were scared out of their wits, and they fell to their knees in fright. We were wrong. Please, spare our lives. Please spare us. They, too, apologized. Finally, Sophie crashed to the ground with a thud. At that moment, she realized her mistakes. The more danger one felt, the clearer one's mind became. And realization dawned on her. I was wrong. I committed emotional blackmail toward them. She sobbed, I'm sorry. Please spare us. We won't do it again. The heirs of prominent families were nothing but trash in the Calamity's presence. Meanwhile, Levi scanned the room with a stony expression. They were nothing but insignificant insects, and Levi wasn't the least bit interested to make a move on them. They should be grateful I don't harm Erudians. After a moment of silence, Levi demanded, get out of the way. The warriors of the Calamity cleared a path in between the hundreds of Lopez families. Bodyguards for Levi to walk on. Then Levi left with his men. But Sophie, Harris, and others were too afraid to stand up. As long as the Calamity wished to, their families would cease to exist any time. Very quickly, the Lopez family and the Lehman family rushed to the scene. And they inflicted a harsh beating upon Harris and the others for offending the Calamity. At the same time, news about the Calamity appearing in the Northway city of Erudaya spread like wildfire. Panic and fear consumed everyone in Erudaya because they didn't know what the Calamity was after. Even Windsor received the news. The Calamity's here in Erudaya? Good. Just then, Levi led his men to the Green Hills Cemetery in the Northway City. However, when they wanted to enter, one of the staff blocked them. "Sorry, the Green Hills Cemetery is not open to those traitors' ashes. They are a disgrace." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1267. The staff of the Green Hills Cemetery spoke in a polite tone, but his words were brutally sharp as he directly labeled Jonah and his men as traitors. This was all arranged by the Oakland City's Garrison clan. They used their resources and spread the news of Jonah and his men being traitors. With that, everyone labeled those 300 men as traitors. Not only that, but their family members were dragged into this matter too, especially the Haven's Garrison family. All of them were in deep water, being punished by Tyrone. Tyrone didn't care about kinships. He plunged the Haven's Garrison family into hell only because Jonah escorted Levi. As for the rest, they were punished one by Tyrone. Now that he heard Jonah and his men's ashes were to be kept in Arudiah, he immediately used some underhanded methods. "Who are you calling a traitor?" Lowering his voice, Levi stared at the staff with an icy gaze. "Ask any other person in Arudiah. Everyone knows they're traitors. They actually risked their lives to escort that traitor, the former god of war. And they died. Serves them right. A bunch of traitors died, and they wished to be buried here, in Arudiah's cemetery? Dream on. It's good enough to find some unmarked burial ground and sprinkle their ashes over there." The staff burst into laughter as they chatted on, mocking the traitors of Arudiah. When they noticed Levi and his men were still standing at the entrance, they growled, "Scram! No cemetery in Arudiah will accept these traitors. But I'm going into the cemetery today, and I'll build their tombstones, then organize a funeral for them." Coldness flashed across Levi's eyes as he glared at them. This time, Levi was determined. "I'll no longer be hesitant. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their deaths, even if it means killing my path to achieving this." Well. Who's this? So cocky, eh?" Following up the voice, hundreds of people emerged from the room. Every single person there was incredibly strong. There were even some god-class warriors among those men. Their leader seemed to be a young man called Levi Garrison. He was the heir to the Garrison family from the north of Arudiah. The North Garrison family was merely obeying Tyrone's orders, so they came to stop Levi and his men. Miguel then announced, "Bastards, let me tell you something. You guys are prohibited from entering any cemetery in Arudiah." He took a glance at the urn in Levi's arms and commanded, "Guys, take the traitors' urns and sprinkle their ashes into the sewers. How befitting for them to be with urine and excrement." Right after that, Miguel's men were prepared to snatch the urns from Levi and his men. Thud. 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 However, before they could do anything, they could hear the sound of a uniformed pace. Boom! Strong gusts of wind blew at them, hurling the leaves on the ground into the air as a deadly aura surrounded them. In just a split second, a huge crowd appeared before them in black clothing, with half-angel and half-devil masks covering their faces. They were also holding ancient daggers in their hands. The calamity! The fighters of the North Garrison family froze on the spot when they felt the weight of a mountain crashing on them. Looking at thousands of men appearing before him, Miguel swallowed hard. At that moment, his phone rang, and he received the call. Before he could speak, a voice filled with worry could be heard on the phone. "Mick, the calamity is in the Northway City of Arudiah. Be careful and don't offend them. Even the Oakland City's Garrison clan couldn't withstand their strength, let alone us, the North Garrison family. They are easily recognizable. The members wear half-angel and half-devil masks." Plod. Having heard that, Miguel dropped his phone. Mick? Mick? What's going on? Why aren't you saying anything? The person on the line proceeded to yell his name. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1268. The North Garrison family would never expect Miguel to meet the calamity. Miguel looked at the dark crowd in front of him and was dumbstruck. Everyone knew the calamity, and the fact that they were undefeatable became the talk of the town. It soon became a hell-like existence to the people, instilling fear deep in their hearts. Horror overwhelmed them once people heard their name. Miguel was from an upper-class society, so he knew very well how terrifying the calamity was. And he had never felt so threatened before meeting the calamity. Clink! 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 Thousands of men of the calamity unsheathed their ancient daggers, and the daggers were so sharp that they reflected the deaths of their enemies. Soon after that, they chorused, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Everything about the calamity sent fear to those looking at them, from their low war cry to their undefeatable suppressing aura and then their cold murderous intent. Suddenly, some warm liquid trickled down Miguel's pants, making them wet. It was then followed by the pungent smell of piss. He had pissed his pants out of fear. But others weren't any better off either. Even the god-class warriors were shaking in an odd trembling rhythm. Boom! Suddenly, the North Sky Lord charged onto them like a beast on the loose. Arg! Hundreds of powerful warriors were sent flying out one by one from the impact. Even those powerful warriors of the North Garrison family couldn't withstand his single blow. "Please don't kill me!" Miguel fell to his knees, witnessing the massacre in front of him. Bam! Arg! He let out a horrendous scream. Bam! Arg! Once again, he yelled out in agony. North Sky Lord stepped on Miguel's knees, and the latter's bones were crushed as he sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Bam! Levi held the urn as he stepped over his body. Bam! And another followed. Bam! The sound of bones crushing ensued until all of Levi's men walked to the other side. By then, the gates of Green Hills Cemetery were wide open, simply letting Levi and his men enter. No one dared to block their paths any longer. Everyone was, in fact, kneeling and clearing out a path for Levi to enter. After they entered Green Hills Cemetery, the tombstones arrived one by one quickly. Levi carved the names of the 357 men on the tombstones, one by one, using his dagger. "I'll remember each and every one of you." After he finished, he held a grand funeral for his fallen comrades. "Brothers, may you rest in peace." Levi splashed a bowl of alcohol on the tombstones, paying his respect. The men standing behind him did the same. After resolving this matter, Levi decided that he wouldn't leave Arudaya ever again. "When I was in deep waters, many came and looked for trouble. But I'm a man who takes an eye for an eye. I'm back, Arudaya," he said as his eyes glinted with malice. In the meantime, the citizens of Arudaya were spreading the news about the calamity. Arriving in Arudaya, the prominent families and influential forces were consumed by panic and fear. They were worried that the calamity would come to look for them, as they didn't know why the calamity came to Arudaya. As for Tyrone, he was bewildered when he learned that the North Garrison family had allowed Jonah and his men's ashes to be buried in the Northway city. Even if he asked for an answer, there was no reply. Olivia's condition didn't seem to improve, as she was still mentally unstable and seemed to see ghosts all the time. But the exorcists said Olivia wasn't possessed, so maybe she was traumatized. On the other side, something bad happened to the great family of Frostford. Someone from the great family of Frostford died in the Commoners' Society, and they were investigating this matter. His thoughts were in a muddle, as he couldn't think of a clue to solve the series of problems in one go. Not to mention, the calamity is in Arudaya, and we, the Garrison family, are currently the most powerful ancient family. We are at risk here. Tyrone couldn't sleep well with these worries and problems bugging him. Although everyone feared the calamity, there was one person who was extremely excited. It was Windsor Campbell. He was a genius in martial arts, as he used the shortest time to learn every battle technique from Samson. Thus, he was full of confidence. Find out where the calamity is. I want to challenge them. Windsor was so impatient to prove his worth. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1269. Later that day, the calamity had received Windsor's challenge, and the battle would be held 3 days later. However, Windsor pretended that he only had the intention to pick up some martial arts skills. During the challenge, when West Sky Lord received the news, she immediately informed Levi. Master, should we accept his challenge? Of course. Why not? North, you'll be the one to fight him that day. Levi gladly accepted the challenge and took a glance at North Sky Lord. Yes, Master. Although North Sky Lord was confused, he still obeyed Levi's command. The rest of the members were exchanging glances, one amongst another. Master could prove his power by defeating Windsor personally. So why did Master request for North to fight Windsor? The day of the battle finally arrived. Although only Windsor alone was challenging the calamity, it still caused an uproar within Arudaya, and many went to see his fight. Over thousands of people showed up in Northampton to spectate the fight. And the entire world's attention was on their battle. After all, everyone was interested in witnessing the outcome of the epic fight between Windsor Campbell and the Calamity. What if the Calamity won this fight? After all, no one would be able to subdue them. But if Windsor were to emerge victorious, everyone would know that was stronger than Levi. Levi could defeat the whole Blood King Palace, but Windsor Campbell could take down the Calamity, which was even stronger than the Blood King Palace. Everyone could tell the strong from the weak in a glance. Hence, this was an important fight to Windsor, and he would have to win, no matter what. Not only was it to prove himself, but it was also to uphold the honor of Arudaya. The citizens of Arudaya, too, wished for Windsor's victory to show the world the greatness of Arudaya. However, the countries and forces overseas wished for the Calamity's victory because they liked to see Arudaya's downfall. The thought of Arudaya suffering a crushing defeat made them excited because Arudaya had been suppressing them for too long. Hence, they wanted to take this opportunity to get back at them. If Windsor lost, they would be able to create a huge ruckus out of it and rub salt to Arudaya's injury. Even so, Windsor didn't think of this when he challenged the Calamity using his own name. Nonetheless, he was still a citizen of Arudaya, so he represented his country. This battle was held in a combat club in Northampton. A few of the Calamity members were there. All of them wore half-angel and half-devil masks. Even Levi wore the mask because he couldn't show his face to the public. Sitting beside Levi, North Sky Lord scoffed, "Master, this Windsor wishes to challenge the Calamity. What a joke!" Levi defeated his master and seniors who were stronger than him, and that included Demon Blade of the ultimate class. To the Calamity, Windsor Campbell was nothing. And because of that, North Sky Lord was reluctant to face an opponent this weak as he was. Nowhere near his level. Fight him once and for all. We should accept this challenge, Levi urged. After that, he leaned in and whispered in the North Sky Lord's ears. Hearing his words, the North Sky Lord was surprised, but he nodded and promised his master. After a while, Windsor Campbell arrived at the battle arena with Tsar and 2 other disciples. But they only wore normal clothing. On this day, everyone was dressed as commoners. Meanwhile, thousands of citizens were there, spectating the fight and cheering for Windsor. After all, everyone was worried the Calamity would go on a rampage in Erudaya. So if Windsor defeated the Calamity, everyone would be relieved because Windsor could defend Erudaya from the Calamity's domination. Receiving the cheers and encouragements from the people, Windsor couldn't help but feel excited. I must not lose this fight. Windsor then asked the Calamity, "Where's your master?" Levi announced, "Today, North Sky Lord will be your opponent." Windsor replied, "All right. I heard North Sky Lord is the strongest person in the Calamity. I shall be his opponent." The epic fight between Windsor Campbell and North Sky Lord was going to break out anytime. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1270. There was a big fighting ring in the middle of the combat club, and both parties were ready. In stance. Boom. The first to attack was Windsor Campbell. He had superb control over his movements, and his fists were swift and strong. That was also the case for North Sky Lord. The impact from their clashes was shocking for everyone, and the crowd roared in excitement. When their fists met, the impact was so enormous that the specially prepared fighting ring blew apart. At that moment, Windsor had made use of all of the battle techniques he learned previously. However, after blocking and attacking for some time, his expression changed. Just how strong is this guy? He is on par with me. But little did he know that North Sky Lord was giving him chances deliberately. This made North Sky Lord feel frustrated because he couldn't give it his all while fighting against his opponent. When they clashed, he knew Windsor Campbell wouldn't stand a chance against him, let alone fighting against Levi. Why do I have to put up with him? I could have ended this match long ago. But Master told me to hold back. Before the fight, Levi instructed him to fight well, but he had to let Windsor win in the end. And he asked me to do my best in acting. But why do we have to lose on purpose? Maybe Master wants to protect Erudaya's image. Windsor wasn't an ordinary person without status and power, so everything he did would affect Erudaya's reputation, especially if he lost this fight. The countries overseas would start to act as soon as they witnessed Erudaya's defeat. It wasn't a matter of Windsor's safety, it was a matter of Erudaya's future and reputation. Windsor's loss would be a tremendous blow to Erudaya. The invincible status and reputation of Erudaya, which were forged using the blood, sweat, and tears of countless people, would be tarnished if Windsor failed in this challenge. Erudaya would fall, and following that, no countries would respect the Erudayans anymore. The results would be so bad that it was unimaginable. In short, Windsor was way too reckless in launching this challenge. He only had martial arts as his assets and didn't step back to look at the big picture. Alas, he had succumbed to his impatience and desire to prove himself. However, Levi didn't want Erudaya's downfall to be caused by some minor challenge such as this, so he made the Calamity lose the fight to protect the image and reputation of Erudaya. Even if it was all an act, Windsor must win. Of course, the Calamity belonged to Erudaya, so there was no need to care about their image that much. The battle grew more intense as Windsor unleashed his skills, and his attacks got faster and faster. North Sky Lord felt his stamina running out. And bam! He was sent flying out of the ring. After struggling with all his might, he sprawled on the ground, not moving a muscle. This signaled the end of the battle with the Calamity's defeat. Levi smiled wryly, witnessing the outcome. I really gave North a hard time asking him to act. But color me impressed. There wasn't any flaw in his performance. Master, we won. We actually won. Our master is the strongest man in Erudaya. He is the only one who is qualified to be called the God of War. Tsar, Balgun, and Talon ran onto the stage happily and cheered for their master. This honor belongs to us. Thud. All three of them kneeled in front of Windsor and yelled in unison. Long live, the invincible Azura! Long live Arudaya! At the same time, the spectators were on their feet while cheering on loudly. Defeating the calamity was such a glorious matter. Other countries couldn't stand against the calamity, but Windsor took the invincible north. Sky Lord down, alone, announcing his dominance over the calamity. Windsor howled out, celebrating his victory. Levi Garrison, you can't do anything to me. I'm stronger than you. To anyone who doesn't acknowledge me, come at me. The Protector Chapter 1271 to 1276. Everything was going according to Zhang Sok's plan. He had wanted to force Zoe to talk to him personally from the very start. Clearly, his plans had worked. Tyrone was taken aback by Triple Group's efficiency once again. He had also imposed sanctions upon Morris Group before, but with much less satisfactory results. The more cruel, the better. Obviously, Triple Group is willing to be much crueler than the Garrison family had been. This is what it meant to be truly ruthless. Tyrone was full of respect toward their cruelty. He realized how much he still had to learn. The place of discussion would be held at Morris Group's council room. Zhang Sok's entrance remained as flashy as ever. Over 20 cars marked his arrival along with a private jet. All of the bodyguards he brought with him were ultimate and god-class warriors. There were more warriors next to Zhang Sok than there were on the average battlefield. All that proved was how powerful the Li family truly was. They could accomplish things even the 18-nation alliance couldn't. The moment Zhang Sok and his party arrived, members of Morris Group were taken aback. We're actually going against someone this intimidating? Zoe and some others were already waiting for him in the large conference room. Their demands were simple, which was to work and live peacefully. They already had little to no expectations. No matter what ridiculous conditions Triple Group forced on them, they could only accept it. Once he stepped into the conference room, Zhang Sok took one look at Zoe and sighed. As expected, what a national beauty! Such a pity indeed. If she hadn't gotten married and didn't already have a kid, Zhang Sok would have had a go at her himself. After the two of them sat down, Zoe didn't hesitate to ask, Mr. Li, we've never messed with Triple Group before, have we? So why are you doing this to us? Zhang Sok was toying with an intricate dagger as he replied, because of Levi Garrison. What? Zoe said in surprise. She hadn't expected Zhang Sok to come right out of the gate like that. That's right. 2 years ago, Levi chased Triple Group out of Arudaya. Now, we're back for revenge. Everything we've done so far was for revenge. Zhang Sok announced. Instantly, the atmosphere started to change. Many Morris Group's council members who had risen to position a little later on started to glare at Zoe. They all felt that the hundreds of thousands of workers in Morris Group had been dragged along for no good reason. At the end of the day, it was all because of Zoe's personal business. We're all about to die because of her. Zoe could feel how the situation was starting to take a turn for the worse. Zhang Sok chuckled coldly and said, What, isn't Levi here? Is he just going to let me trample over his company and his people like this? His subordinate instantly replied, Mr. Li, Levi Garrison is already dead. Oh? Is that so? What brilliant news! Zhang Sok laughed, elated by the news. Zoe clenched her fists tightly and replied in a cold voice, If my husband was here, none of you would have even dared to step into this building. Zoe's words struck the Triple Group members' nerves instantly. They started chattering in anger. Bullsh T. Even if he were here, he wouldn't have managed to stop us. Who does he think he is? He can't even hold a candle to the Li family of Kyria. Even Zhang Sok chuckled. Ah, it's too bad that he's dead, then. I'd love for him to come here and beat me up if he could. Just wait. It will happen one day. Zoe nearly said too much in her fit of rage. I'm looking forward to it. If you can resurrect the dead, of course. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1274. Zhang Sok's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty look. His perfect, chiseled face had become twisted in hatred and anger. There were two reasons why Triple Group had returned to Arudaya. One was for profit and the other was to get revenge. Mr. Garrison, I'm sure you have no objection with that, right? Zhang Sok turned to look at Tyrone. Of course not. Everyone knows that I've never accepted that bastard into my family, much less bother about him. I just haven't been able to do anything to his direct family members because of my reputation, but rest assured, I don't hate him any less than you all do. In fact, I hope you target his wife or daughter. Tyrone chuckled loudly. The Garrison family had sworn against showing any kindness toward Levi. After all, he had nearly gotten rid of their entire bloodline. He had greatly humiliated them. More than anyone, he deserved to die. Good, that's all I needed to hear from you. I promise to make his wife and daughter wish they'd never been born, Zhang Sok said with a wicked smile. No. 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 All of a sudden, Olivia barged in and started mumbling haphazardly. Tyrone was taken aback. The reason being Olivia had only ever repeated the words ghost over and over and never anything else. What happened? Why is she suddenly saying no? What the hell is this? Where did this psycho come from? Zhang Sok asked, clearly irritated. Tyrone didn't even have the chance to think about anything else before calling for people to take her away. Unbeknownst to him, if he had given Olivia the chance to repeat herself a couple more times, Tyrone would have noticed that something was up. Tyrone hastily explained her situation. Afterward, Zhang Sok continued going through his plan. I heard Levi's mother is dreadfully old, but I could always send her off to the slums in the West. The sickos there don't even leave animals untouched. Zhang Sok started laughing maniacally. Tyrone, however, was rather ruffled by that. After all, that was Emma Jones he was talking about. Nonetheless, he quickly replaced his shock with icy cold indifference. I have to be merciless if I want to succeed. Okay, we'll do as you say. Zhang Sok continued to chuckle. As for Zoe, she's an even better delicacy. If she didn't have a child, I'd have loved to have a taste of her. But, as the situation stands now, I know a 70-year-old pervert in the West who just married his 29th wife. We can sell Zoe off to him. They'd be a perfect match. Good idea. There's nothing more satisfying than the idea of selling Levi's wife off to an old geezer on his deathbed. Tyrone bellowed in approval before asking, what about his kid? Zhang Sok's grin became even wider. That's even easier. Do you know how many pedophiles are out there nowadays? Besides, Levi's daughter is a definite beauty. Once she grows older, she'll be the talk of the town. A sweet little girl like her will probably have those old perverts panting and forking out money by the millions. In fact, I'll host an auction just to sell off Levi's daughter. Whoever bid the highest shall become the owner of Levi's daughter. Tyrone howled with laughter at the thought of perverted old men scrambling to own Levi's daughter. As for Iris, Abigail, Mia, and Tiffany, I'll make them into slaves. I'll make sure they get well and truly screwed over to the point they'll start to yearn for death. As expected of the Lee family's young master, Tyrone couldn't help but praise. The Daily Group had almost exactly the same ideas he had. Zhang Sok chuckled. Levi, this is the consequence of you messing with the Triple Group. We have more ideas up our sleeves than you can even think of. If Levi weren't injured or crippled, he would have been the one standing at the top. Zoe had always been proud of Levi. Sadly, Levi was now a crippled man. If he weren't, Windsor would have been no match for him. She knew that he had been framed, but no one wanted to believe it. Besides, they all thought he was dead, anyway. All she could do was watch as Windsor gloated to everyone and anyone. After Windsor defeated the calamity, people started treating him like a god. They saw him as a god who descended from the heavens, ready to save the people from earthly troubles. They bowed to Windsor and never mentioned Levi again. If they dared to bring Levi's name up, they would be labeled as blasphemous. For his part, Levi still thought the same way. He was willing to withstand this humiliation for Arudia's sake. As for Zoe, she had put all her attention into keeping Morris Group running smoothly even though the Lopez and Black families didn't give her any pressure. She was mostly worried that people would start trying to get them in trouble. She was more than aware of the fact that Levi's enemies would start coming for the company once the news of him getting injured got out. The Triple Group, for example, had made a reappearance in Arudia. Back then, it was Levi who had chased them out. Now that Levi was gone, they grabbed the opportunity to make a comeback. After all, it wasn't possible for them to let go of such a promising market like Arudia. Apparently, the main perpetrator of Triple Group's re-emergence in Arudia was Lee Jong-sok of Daily Group. Daily Group held an almost legendary presence in Korea. Most of the other young masters only held that title for the sake of it, but in Daily Group, that title symbolized power. Lee Jong-sok was the representation of being rich and powerful. In order to take over Arudia's market again, Triple Group had sent him to take the lead, which showed just how serious they were in taking this venture. Triple Group managed to set down its roots through connections and their vast amount of funding. There was even talk of them collaborating with the Garrison clan. Iris and the other council members immediately called for a meeting. Triple Group will most likely come for us next. We have to be prepared. Zoe was beginning to worry as well. Even though Morris Group had control over a vast part of the South, they were still no match for Triple Group. At the end of the day, Triple Group beat the Garrison clan in terms of both money and power. No matter how much the Garrison clan worked to expand, they were still just a family business. However, Triple Group was an internationally powerful company. If it weren't for Levi, Triple Group would never have stepped down. Now that Levi collapsed, they immediately leaped back out of the shadows, ready to take control once more. After all, everyone knew how shameless Triple Group was. This was basically how they do things normally. All we can do is stay prepared and be alert. On the other side of town, Tyrone was greeting his guests with the utmost solemnity. His guest arrived in a procession of Rolls-Royces and their bodyguards were all Caucasian. Every move he made was in an ostentatious manner, similar to how Damien presented himself when he was alive. Still, the Garrison family knew that he was a much greater deal than Damien ever was. His bodyguards consisted of quite a few ultimate-class warriors, after all. In Bayview, only Lee Jong-sok had the abilities and capabilities to have God-class and ultimate-class warriors as part of his bodyguard lineup. The Daily Group was simply that rich. Anything and anyone could be bought with enough money, and ultimate-class warriors were no exception. The purpose Lee Jong-sok was here that day was to talk about a collaboration with Tyrone and the rest of the Garrison family. 2 years ago, Levi chased Triple Group out of Arudia and forbade us from ever stepping foot in it again. But now that he's gone, we've returned, and we're back with a vengeance. None of Levi's family members will be safe. All right, come on then. I'll beat you again so that you'll accept your defeat without complaints. Windsor decided to defeat his opponent twice so that he would finally admit it. There's no need for that. We admit our defeat. We're simply not as good as you. It wasn't until Levi spoke that North Sky Lord dropped the matter. Windsor looked at him with a cold smile. Good that you're aware. Next time you see me, remember to walk the other way. I never want to hear about the calamity causing trouble in Arudaya ever again. With that, Windsor finally left with thousands of people clamoring to follow him. North Sky Lord was furious. This was definitely one of the most humiliating things that had ever happened to him. I could have won. But I was forced to lose. However, he held back for Arudaya. He didn't know much, but he was still part of Arudaya, after all. Master, when can I beat that little punk into a pulp? North Sky Lord asked. It will probably be a while, but don't you worry. It won't be too far off, Levi said in a cold voice. He still had to keep playing this role for the time being. It simply wasn't time to reveal everything just yet. As such, the calamity could only work in the shadows. That being said, North Sky Lord believed that things would go back to normal one day. When that happened, he would beat Windsor Campbell to a pulp. Master, where are we going next? Tsar couldn't help but ask. Since we're already in Northampton, let's go take a look at Levi's kid, Windsor smirked sinisterly. Zoe and the others had already heard about the news regarding Windsor. The news of him beating the calamity had spread across the world. He was now regarded as the true king. And no one would dare challenge Windsor now. Zoe and Emma had just been talking about how Levi owned that title when suddenly Windsor arrived at their doorstep. What are you doing here? Zoe asked as she looked at him warily. I'm here to take a look at your child with Levi, Windsor said with a smile. Why do you want to look at our kid for? Zoe was getting nervous. After all, Tsar had personally chased Levi out of Arudaya. As such, her instincts were screaming that Windsor was not to be trusted. Don't worry. I just want to take a quick peek. Besides, I have no reason to do anything to you all. After all, none of you are worth the hassle. Even if Levi were still alive, he wouldn't be worth it either. Tsar and the others chuckled. Levi never had a chance against Master. Their capabilities are just too far apart. Don't you dare speak ill of Daddy. For Olivia ran over the moment she heard those words and glared at them as fiercely as her cute little face would allow. She was holding onto a toy gun that she held pointed toward Windsor and the others. Her little face was filled with stubbornness and her eyes shone with determination. Windsor chuckled at the sight. Would you look at that? I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You definitely take after your father. Too bad, though, since you're a girl. If you were a boy, Zoe could have sent you to learn martial arts so you could grow up and maybe have a chance at beating me. Windsor roared with laughter. His shrill chuckle was beginning to grate on Zoe's ears. She picked for Olivia up and looked at Windsor coldly. Don't worry. She may be a girl, but who's to say she won't be able to rule over the battleground in the future? You'd better keep praying that you're able to hold on to your position. Who knows? Perhaps my daughter might come and take it away from you someday. Windsor bellowed with laughter. Okay, sure. I'll be waiting. However, I hope you all know that everyone already obeys me. Levi is now a thing of the past. This is now my era. The era of Windsor Campbell. After that, Windsor left. Zoe felt like exploding in anger. Back then, Windsor had defeated Levi, but people ignored his accomplishments. So he wished to fight against Levi once again, showing the world he could defeat Levi every time. I'm stronger than Levi Garrison. However, he got the opportunity to challenge the calamity instead. After all, people perceived the calamity as invincible, and they were practically unstoppable. If I can defeat them, this accomplishment holds incredible merit. I can prove that I'm stronger than Levi and be the god of war. Trolls, I dare you to insult me. As for those who looked down on me, take a good look. I defeated North Sky Lord of the Calamity. Does anyone still think that I'm weaker than Levi Garrison? Come out, now! Windsor shouted at the rest of the world with no concerns. He had been suppressing his emotions for too long, and he finally got the chance to vent his frustrations out loud for everyone to hear. Witnessing the outcome of the battle, those who once looked down on Windsor and supported Levi fell silent as they regretted their actions. From now on, no one dares to look down on me. The accomplishment of taking down the Calamity holds incredible merits, and I am the one who earns this glory. The power he showed convinced everyone, and they acknowledged him as the god of war. From now on, Windsor Campbell is the only god of war in my heart. With that, Windsor Campbell got the title God of War and made a status for himself in Arudia. He defeated the Calamity, showing the world the greatness of Arudia while solidifying Arudia's position in the world. The Calamity that was once invincible was defeated in Arudia. This was the symbol of Arudia's strength. And Levi's intention all along. I don't care if I don't have the title of the God of War. I only wish for the prosperity of Arudia. I'll eliminate any threat of Arudia until the day I die, so the Arudians will not be humiliated by other countries. Even if it means shouldering all the pain and sufferings. Looking at Windsor Campbell's arrogant behavior, North Sky Lord, East Sky Lord, and the rest of the Calamity clenched their fists, their fingernails digging into their palms. Ugh! This is absurd. North Sky Lord could have crushed him. Yet, only one could understand their frustration. And that was Levi. He, too, wanted to defeat Windsor for his self-satisfaction, but Arudia's reputation was at stake. For Arudia, I'm willing to bear any humiliation. Windsor Campbell won. The forces overseas were dumbstruck, as they couldn't believe it. According to their speculations, North Sky Lord was much stronger than Windsor Campbell. Hence, they felt that something was amiss that Windsor actually won. It was way too unexpected. They had many headlines on standby, waiting for North Sky Lord's victory so that they could spread the news and mock Arudia for its downfall. But their plan short-circuited. Instead, Arudia had shown the world once again its greatness and indestructible power. Once again, Arudia's enemies were infuriated because they couldn't do anything to Arudia. That was exactly what Levi wanted to achieve. Meanwhile, Windsor was giddy with delight. Looking at the members of the Calamity with disdain, he snorted coldly, "A bunch of bumpkins. I can bring down each and every single one of them. How spectacular would it be if they clash against Master or the great family of Frostford? They would definitely lose miserably. Hear my words, the Calamity. I allow you guys to move around in Arudia. But I can wipe you out in minutes, so don't try something out of line," Windsor warned. North Sky Lord was enraged when he heard his words. "Does your strength measure up to your arrogance?" Windsor turned to look at him and scoffed. "Humph! What a sore loser! Do you have a problem with that? Fight me again, and we'll see who's the winner. Bring it on!" North Sky Lord shouted, not giving in to his opponent. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1276. Everything was going according to Zhang Sok's plan. He had wanted to force Zoe to talk to him personally from the very start. Clearly, his plans had worked. Tyrone was taken aback by Triple Group's efficiency once again. He had also imposed sanctions upon Morris Group before, but with much less satisfactory results. The more cruel, the better. Obviously, Triple Group is willing to be much crueler than the Garrison family had been. This is what it meant to be truly ruthless. Tyrone was full of respect toward their cruelty. He realized how much he still had to learn. The place of discussion would be held at Morris Group's council room. Zhang Sok's entrance remained as flashy as ever. Over 20 cars marked his arrival along with a private jet. All of the bodyguards he brought with him were ultimate and god-class warriors. There were more warriors next to Zhang Sok than there were on the average battlefield. All that proved was how powerful the Li family truly was. They could accomplish things even the 18-nation alliance couldn't. The moment Zhang Sok and his party arrived, members of Morris Group were taken aback. We're actually going against someone this intimidating? Zoe and some others were already waiting for him in the large conference room. Their demands were simple, which was to work and live peacefully. They already had little to no expectations. No matter what ridiculous conditions Triple Group forced on them, they could only accept it. Once he stepped into the conference room, Zhang Sok took one look at Zoe and sighed. As expected, what a national beauty. Such a pity indeed. If she hadn't gotten married and didn't already have a kid, Zhang Sok would have had a go at her himself. After the two of them sat down, Zoe didn't hesitate to ask, Mr. Li, we've never messed with Triple Group before, have we? So why are you doing this to us? Zhang Sok was toying with an intricate dagger as he replied, because of Levi Garrison. What? Zoe said in surprise. She hadn't expected Zhang Sok to come right out of the gate like that. That's right. 2 years ago, Levi chased Triple Group out of Arudaya. Now, we're back for revenge. Everything we've done so far was for revenge. Zhang Sok announced. Instantly, the atmosphere started to change. Many Morris Group's council members who had risen to position a little later on started to glare at Zoe. They all felt that the hundreds of thousands of workers in Morris Group had been dragged along for no good reason. At the end of the day, it was all because of Zoe's personal business. We're all about to die because of her. Zoe could feel how the situation was starting to take a turn for the worse. Zhang Sok chuckled coldly and said, What, isn't Levi here? Is he just going to let me trample over his company and his people like this? His subordinate instantly replied, Mr. Li, Levi Garrison is already dead. Oh? Is that so? What brilliant news! Zhang Sok laughed, elated by the news. Zoe clenched her fists tightly and replied in a cold voice, If my husband was here, none of you would have even dared to step into this building. Zoe's words struck the Triple Group members' nerves instantly. They started chattering in anger. Bullsh *T. Even if he were here, he wouldn't have managed to stop us. Who does he think he is? He can't even hold a candle to the Li family of Kiria. Even Zhang Sok chuckled. Ah, it's too bad that he's dead, then. I'd love for him to come here and beat me up if he could. Just wait. It will happen one day. Zoe nearly said too much in her fit of rage. I'm looking forward to it. If you can resurrect the dead, of course. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1277. Zhang Sok was too cocky for his own good. It was as if there was a giant bullseye on his face, just waiting for someone to shoot a bullet through it. The Li family is nothing but despicable. Zoe and Iris could only stare in disgust. Why didn't they come when Levi was still crowned as the God of War? They were obviously scared. They were only able to be this cocky because Levi's no longer here. Zhang Sok continued chuckling. Well, he hasn't shown up after all this while. I guess he must be fuming in hell, hey. The crowd burst into laughter. Since you're here, let's have a chat. What will it take for you to let Morris Group off? Zoe asked directly. The council members of Morris Group started to get nervous. It was time to decide their fate. Zhang Sok looked at Zoe. It's simple, hand over your position as chairman. That one sentence struck them like a bolt of lightning, leaving them speechless. They hadn't expected for Zhang Sok to be this daring. So, you want Ms. Lopez to step down so you can gobble the company up? No way. Iris said defiantly. Zhang Sok shook his head. No, you got me wrong. I don't care about Morris Group. I just want Zoe to step down. Whoever wants to be chairman next can take it. The council members of the Morris Group sighed in relief upon hearing that. Zhang Sok stared at Zoe with a chilly grin on his face. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your staff? Some of the council members started to speak up. Ms. Lopez, we don't like this outcome. Too, but you have to think about the greater good. Don't worry, Ms. Lopez, we'll take good care of the company. They were basically trying to chase Zoe off as soon as possible so that they would be free of this mess. Zoe glanced at the crowd and hesitated before saying, Okay, I'll step down as long as you agree to stop attacking Morris Group. Of course. In fact, I'm willing to sign a contract so that you can freely expose me if I ever go against my word, Zhang Sok said with a chuckle. What he said was the truth, he was not interested in Morris Group. After all, he had already achieved his goal of obtaining Arudia's market. Now, all that was left to do was to torture Zoe and the others. All right, I'll sign it. Zoe signed the contract without any hesitation and stepped down from her position as chairman and everything else concerned with it. She would no longer be associated with Morris Group from then on. You, and you. Zhang Sok pointed at Iris, Elena, and some other council members. He wanted to get rid of their positions as well. He had to be merciless and ruthless so that he could cut off any likelihood of retaliation. That was just how Triple Group operates. Are you happy now? We've done everything you asked us to. Zoe asked. Zhang Sok thought for a moment and piped up, one more thing. Levi probably named this company Morris Group after his best friend, right? Well, I want to change the name. No. Zoe declined instantly. Iris and the others shook their heads as well. This wasn't just Levi's hard work, it was theirs, too. They would never agree to change the name just like that. Zhang Sok glared at them and said, It's not your place to say no. All of you no longer have anything to do with Morris Group. Also, all of you should leave since you don't belong here anymore. With that, Zoe and the other few ex-council members were chased out. They stared at the office building, their gaze full of despair. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1278. For the sake of the hundreds of thousands of employees working at Morris Group, Zoe knew she had to rest her case. She could take on Triple Group. She knew she still had it in her. However, it would cost tens of thousands of people to lose their jobs. Some of them might lose their families as a result, while a few might even sacrifice their lives. What a bully! If only Levi was still alive. Iris lamented. Zoe shot her a look fraught with emotion. Levi's still alive. But just barely. He'll be bedridden for the rest of his life. If he finds out about this, he'll just fuss and worry. He might even shed tears of frustration. Angry that he'll only be able to watch, and powerless to help in any way. That feeling of helplessness could very well send him over the edge. I can't let him know. What's the point if he finds out? More cooks will only spoil the broth. Although Zhang Sok promised to let Morris Group off and to abstain from subsuming the company, he continuously forced Morris Group to conduct business in accordance with his own development plans. He manipulated the company like another one of his toys. Zhang Sok even sent out an announcement declaring that Morris Group was to be renamed Castle Group. Zoe and the rest were outraged at the news. We've been cheated. How shameless can he get? Despicable. He promised to set Morris Group free. He even signed a letter of promise. How could he do such a thing? He basically stamped his mark of ownership by renaming the company. What a vile person! This is the true colors of Triple Group, after all. Abiding by ethics is against their nature. That very same day, Morris Group held a press conference to officially announce the name change. Li Hongyi was appointed as the chairman. Li Hongyi was a Korean who used to work as a technician for Morris Group. Now, he had rocketed through the ranks to sit on the company's throne. This could only be Jang Sok's doing. Instead of personally interfering with Morris Group, he installed a conduit. Now, he had the chairman under his thumb. The company was as good as his. Despite her rage, there was nothing the likes of Zoe could do. The only silver lining was that the company still existed and none of the employees had to lose their jobs. However, this was only the beginning. This was only the tip of the iceberg of Jang Sok's scheme. Abigail and Tiffany had been kidnapped under mysterious circumstances at Oakland City. The Myers family was boiling with anger and incredulity, but all they could do was watch. Not only that, Levi's classmate, Chloe, had also been snatched. So was Mia from the Southampton Jones family. The Jones family did not even dare to look for her. Apparently, they had been issued a warning. When Abigail, Tiffany, and the rest awoke, they found themselves locked up in a makeshift cell. In front of them stood a tall man with breathtaking features. His lip curled into a devilish smirk. Jang Sok was the one who had gathered them. After extensive investigation, I have concluded that, besides Zoe Lopez, you are the women closest to Levi Garrison. If someone were to come after you, Levi is sure to come to your aid. Jang Sok laughed menacingly. What do you plan to do? Tiffany sneered. From today onwards, you will become my slaves. As long as you bear the mark of the slave, none of you will be able to escape. Just as Iris was about to release her wrath, Jang Sok continued, Zoe and the rest will not be spared, either. Emma Jones will be sold to the slums of a foreign country and she'll be shared by a bunch of hooligans. As for Zoe Lopez, I'll marry her off to some sleazy old man. Finally, Levi's daughter will be auctioned off to some pervert. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1279. Jang Sok had prepared a horrible outcome for every woman closely affiliated with Levi. The thought of his plan playing out brought a smile to Jang Sok's face. Despicable. Where was this courage of yours when my brother-in-law was still around? Abigail shrieked furiously. Exactly. You're nothing but a conniving rat. You'll never amount to anything. No wonder Triple Group is such a scummy company. You're only capable of such deeds. How pathetic, the women taunted, their voices banding together. Little did they know that their attempt to aggravate Jang Sok was futile. In fact, it made Jang Sok grin even wider. What's the point of you saying all these? Sure, I'm a conniving rat. So what? Too bad Levi's dead. I have his wife, daughter, and mother in my clutches. How is he going to retaliate? Jang Sok mocked. You. The women were stunned speechless. What could they do in the face of such blatant brazenness? My brother-in-law might not be around, but karma will still get you. Abigail shot daggers at Jang Sok. You'll definitely encounter retribution one day, the other women chimed in. Whatever. The lot of you are destined to be my slaves from now on. This way, you'll have front row seats to the so-called retribution that you speak of. Jang Sok retorted. It was at this moment that one of his lackeys came running in. Sir, the people from overseas have agreed. Emma Jones can be sold to the slums there at any time. They'll be sure to torture her even without our instructions. Her remaining days will be a living hell, the lackey sniggered. The head of Noir Group, Mr. Williams, will be arriving at Northampton tonight. He is extremely anxious to marry Zoe Lopez. Zhang Sok let out a peal of delight. That old pervert! How many young girls' lives has he ruined over the years? The number must be in the thousands by now. Exactly. How many wives has he had? I heard that several of them were tortured to death. Even Zhang Sok himself was utterly disgusted by the man. All right, I shall prepare to receive him tonight. Zhang Sok locked up the women again and waited for nightfall to descend. At night, Zhang Sok personally went to the airport to welcome Mr. Williams of Noir Group. He held the same social standing as the Daily Group did in Kira. As such, he was not a man to be trifled with. Soon, Zhang Sok saw a line of people from Noir Group at the airport. Mr. Williams was helped out of the plane by a few of his men. His features screamed lechery. He was almost bald and had a pair of squinty eyes which he used to scan his surroundings. The sight of his mouth full of yellowed teeth would be enough to turn anyone's stomach. He was definitely the most repulsive man Zhang Sok had ever seen. However, his subordinates could only greet him with smiles plastered on their faces. He was practically king, after all. Mr. Williams. Zhang Sok greeted cheerily. Hello, Mr. Li. I just want to say that not only do I want Levi Garrison's wife, but also his mother and daughter. Oh, and his sister as well. I want them all. We'll have so much fun together. State your price, I can't wait to have all of them. Mr. Williams giggled. His excitement was obvious. When he heard that Zhang Sok was planning to get rid of those women, he knew he had to make them his. Zhang Sok was not surprised by Mr. Williams' request. He's always been like this. Always so greedy about such things. No problem. However, I plan to hold an auction for Levi's daughter. I've already sent word out, so I'll have to go through with it, Zhang Sok replied. Sure. I'll make sure I'm the highest bidder. Mr. Williams squealed in delight. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1280. Zhang Sok chuckled. What I want is simple. I want to own 25% of your petroleum production operations in the northwest of Senia. Mr. Williams hesitated. He did not expect Zhang Sok to have such a voracious appetite. But this way I'll be able to snag not only the wife but also the daughter and mother of the God of War. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fine, you got it. Williams proclaimed. Zhang Sok beamed. Not only am I going to make Levi's life terrible, but I also managed to clinch part ownership of petroleum production operations. That's killing two birds with one stone. Both parties were in agreement. Zhang Sok led Mr. Williams to the lodgings. Mr. Li, do you think that tonight? Mr. Williams had come from a far-flung corner of the world and was ready to indulge in all of his hedonistic desires. He did not want to wait a second longer. Zhang Sok kept a smile hanging off his lips. Please have patience, Mr. Williams. We can do whatever you want tomorrow when everyone will have arrived. Mr. Williams considered Zhang Sok's words for a while before finally assenting to the latter's suggestion. We're talking about the beloved women of the God of War. The loved ones of that almighty man, with enough power to rival multiple countries, will be mine to do away with as I please. This is amazing. I can't wait. Both men's spirits were sky high. They had never been so elated in their lives. Meanwhile, Zoe was still safe for the time being. However, she could not seem to contact Iris or Abigail. Emma dashed up to her in a panicked frenzy. Zoe, something terrible happened. Mia has Been kidnapped by Triple Group. They're clearly issuing us a challenge. They even threatened to auction off Evie. What? Zoe's rage spiked through the roof. They want to auction off my child? How could she tolerate it? If only Triple Group wasn't so powerful. Why don't we just pack up and leave? We can't stay here. We're no match for Triple Group. They're too strong. Zoe suggested. She had long been toying with the idea of going off the grid. We can't. When I came back, I realized that we're surrounded. There's no way we'll be able to leave. Emma's face fell. Triple Group had closed them in completely. No one could escape. Triple Group never had any intention of letting us go. Zoe had no choice but to plead with Dale for help. I desperately want to save you and Evie, too. Unfortunately, I can't go against the Daily. Getting on the wrong side of either one could potentially spell complete annihilation for him. Group. Even Tyrone is at their beck and call. For the sake of the family, I have no other option but to sacrifice you. Dale hung up. The Daily Group was no different from Frostford to him. And his family. Zoe was spiraling in the pits of despair. Who can we turn to now? Are we just going to sit here and wait for our deaths? Zoe and Emma were despondent. This time, it was for Olivia who made a call. She dialed a number. Call Daddy. Daddy will save us. Despite her young age, she often talked to Levi on the phone. She immediately called her father. Levi's voice was soon heard from the receiver. Evie? Daddy's here. For Olivia burst into tears. Daddy, come quickly. Someone is bullying us. Come and save us. Hold on, Evie. I'll be there before you know it. Don't cry. Wait for me. The call from his daughter turned Levi's anxiety up to the maximum. Why are you calling your father, Evie? Zoe and Emma sighed. There's no point in telling Levi about this. He can't even move. How will he save us? Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1281. Truth be told, Zhang Sok's every move was within Levi's calculations. He was originally unable to do anything about the situation. But now that he had control of the calamity, he had countless skilled men at his disposal. Saving Zoe and the rest would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Zoe and the rest might appear to be at the mercy of Triple Group, but the calamity had been closely surveying the entire situation. At the sign of any real danger, the calamity's soldiers would move in. Levi also stationed people to protect Abigail. However, the news reached him too late, and by that time, Abigail and the rest had already been taken. Despite this, there was always someone keeping an eye on the situation from the shadows. If Abigail or any of the other women were in actual trouble, experts from the calamity would rush in. Levi had everything under control. This was something Triple Group could never have expected. Initially, Levi had left the matter to his men in the calamity. That was why he was currently in El Nation, having just buried Hades in his hometown. But after the call from Olivia, he could not hold himself back any longer. He decided to take matters into his own hands. We're going back to Arudaya now. Levi barked, his expression tense. Olivia's voice rang in his ears. You've officially pissed me off, Triple Group. I slew the military strategist of Raizonia without batting an eye. Do you actually think you're untouchable? Sir, Li Zhongsok had taken complete control of Morris Group. He's even announced at a press conference that the company's name will be changed to Castle Group. West Sky Lord said softly. How dare they? Levi roared. Every move made by Zhongsok aimed straight at one of Levi's pressure points. He had successfully set off the volcano of Levi's fury. He'll never expect that I'm still alive and kicking. I'm back and stronger than ever. I've never been more terrifyingly powerful in my life. Soon, the sun disappeared below the horizon. Zoe and Emma had been in a terror-stricken state the entire day. Alas, they still came up empty. There was no one they could turn to, no place they could escape to. Is this really how we're destined to meet our end? Zoe huffed in indignance. I know that marrying Levi would prevent me from living a normal life. I can't accept going down like this. Don't worry, Mom and Grandma, I'm sure Daddy will come save us. For Olivia's small fists were balled tightly, her expression one of earnest faith. She was a naive child, after all. It was natural for her to believe in every promise. In fact, she believed every single promise that adults had made to her. Since Levi had promised to come for her, she was certain that he would. Daddy is the god of war. He's even better than superheroes. For Olivia exclaimed. Zoe did not have the heart to disillusion her and chose to keep her peace. Shortly after, some people from Triple Group took Zoe away. At a hall in Northampton, a private auction was taking place. It was a full house. Some were serious auctioneers while others were only here to watch. Zhang Sok was sitting in the front row. Mr. Williams, sitting next to him, could barely contain his excitement. Mr. Williams had already laid out his plan to torture the women in his mind. All he needed were the people themselves. My goal is simple. I want to let the whole world see what happens when you cross the daily group. Even the god of war can't stand in our way. Zhang Sok's aim was not only to exact revenge but also to send out waves of intimidation. He wanted to announce to the world that he held the authority to make the god of war's family do his bidding. This way, no one would dare oppose him. Bring them up here. The three women were brought up to the stage. At the sight of them, Mr. Williams' eyes lit up. Levi Garrison's wife and mother are already the property of Mr. Williams. Next up, we have his daughter. The bidding will start at 100 million. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1282. 150 million. Bids started flying in from below the stage. 200 million. The audience eyed for Olivia with the gazes of starved beasts. Not only did they share this kink, but the fact that the one being auctioned off was Levi's daughter made the auction all the more meaningful. They were all screaming their bids at the top of their lungs. 300 million. 500 million. 1 billion. The wealthy elites outbid each other in a frenzy. Let me join in, too. 1.5 billion. The latest bid came from Jaron, Jackson, and Lucas of the Southampton Prince gang. Their family used to be enslaved to Levi. Jaron's hand was also disabled. They would carry their resentment with them for the rest of their lives. Let's just go with 2 billion. No one would be able to fathom the true extent of Lucas' rage. I want a piece of this, too. 3 billion. Levi Garrison's daughter is mine. That voice belonged to Kamita Ichiro. He had been chased out of Southampton by Levi. But he returned after getting wind of Levi's accident. He even obtained the support of the royal families of Southampton. Zhang Sok was in seventh heaven at the sight of the enthusiastic responses. They were all foreigners who had been chased out by Levi. Now that he was gone, they were coming back one by one. All of them returned with the same desire to punish Levi's woman. Zhang Sok could not have been more delighted. The bidders were also enjoying themselves in the process. Zoe looked around at the people before her. B** starts. You're all B** starts, she shrieked. Zoe, why don't you take a shot at guessing what the final price for your daughter will be? Zhang Sok laughed maliciously. Go to hell. Zoe was angry enough to commit murder. Aren't you being a bit rude, Zoe? I didn't even sell your daughter off in a cage. How dare you curse at me? Zhang Sok had initially intended to auction off for Olivia in a cage. 5 billion. Mr. Williams was beside himself with excitement and could not contain his emotions any longer. He raised the paddle high in the air. Look, Zoe. Did you ever think that your daughter would be able to fetch such a high price? Zhang Sok guffawed merrily. Zoe and Emma were close to crying tears of rage. 6 billion. The bidding war had not ended. The people present truly hated Levi from the bottom of their hearts. 7 billion. 10 billion. This latest bid came from Mr. Williams. He peered around him. No one was shouting a higher bid. 10 billion going once. 10 billion going twice. 10 billion going 3 times. Levi Garrison's daughter, for Olivia Lopez, is sold to Mr. Williams. Congratulations Mr. Williams, you now own Levi Garrison's mother, wife, daughter, sister, and sister-in-law. Congrats Mr. Williams, go ahead and enjoy yourself tonight. The crowd congratulated Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams was flushed with joy. The thought of what would soon happen instantly stimulated his loins. This is going to be a night I'll never forget. Levi can only smile from hell. His entire family is now under Mr. Williams' care. Don't worry, Levi, I'm sure he'll be gentle with your women. Zhang Sok let out a manic laugh. Mr. Williams joined in and laughed diabolically. The image of his mouth splitting his face apart was grotesque, to say the least. You're all a bunch of beasts. How could you do this to a child? You're all going to hell. Zoe hurled scathing words at the men. But all she received in response were merciless taunts. After all, everyone who had come to the auction to watch the plight of the women. They could not be more overjoyed at seeing the state to which Levi's family had been reduced. Don't worry, Mom. Daddy will be here very soon. For Olivia pointed at the front door. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1283. Levi will come? Little girl, how naive can you get? Your father is dead. How will he come? Zhang Sok ripped through for Olivia's innocent hopes. Everyone knows Levi's dead. But for Olivia obstinately fixed her eyes on Zhang Sok and glared at him. Shut up. Daddy is still alive. I talked to him on the phone. Just you wait. Daddy will be here before you know it. He'll kick all your butts. For Olivia exclaimed ferociously to the people watching. No one took her seriously. Do you teach your child to lie, Zoe? Levi is obviously dead. What's the point in claiming otherwise? Zoe was about to reply when for Olivia cut in, you idiots. Daddy isn't dead at all. He's been tricking you on purpose. What? Zhang Sok was stunned by her declaration. Something felt fishy to him. Zoe glowered at the people around. Stop talking, Evie. You might scare them. My husband is definitely still alive. He coming after all of you. The expressions of the crowd instantly shifted. A few of them could feel cold sweat dripping down their backs. If Levi is still alive, we'll be in trouble. He's a danger to us all. She's right. My son is still alive. I bet none of you expected this outcome. When he comes, for each and every one of you, you can kiss your lives goodbye. Emma hollered. The color drained from the faces around the women as fear started to consume them. What if it's true? Stop spouting crap, Zoe. Someone separate these two. I only want for Olivia here. Zhang Sok bellowed, absolutely livid. His lackeys quickly separated Zoe and for Olivia. Zoe and Emma started to weep. Don't worry. Daddy will come save me. Only for Olivia maintained her composure. The mother and daughter were eventually forced apart. Zoe and Emma were taken away to an unknown location, leaving for Olivia on stage. Although the noise had subsided, many of the people present were breathing raggedly. None of them wanted to believe that Levi still walked the earth. The anxiousness had gotten to Zhang Sok as well. He wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead using his handkerchief. Childish nonsense. Why are all of you so scared? Mr. Williams said scornfully. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous noise akin to an explosion sounded. The entire hall shook, sending the people inside teetering off balance. The crowd screamed as they whipped their heads around in fright. Bang! The front door burst open. Boom! The entire wall was demolished. Someone wrecked the whole wall from the outside. The people in the hall froze in shock. Almost instantly after, a group of people clad in black garb stormed in. They were dressed in black garments from head to toe and had their knives ready. Masks obscured their identity. The intruders were familiar yet alien to the crowd. The Calamity. It's the Calamity. Zhang Sok was the first to recognize them. He proceeded to shriek wildly. Although Windsor had gained victory over the Calamity, the group's presence still struck terror into the hearts of everyone. The sight of them alone was enough to petrify a person. The daily group members scrambled to band together to protect Zhang Sok. The skilled members of Noir Group also immediately went on high alert. Everyone else in the hall were in a state of hysteria as they watched members of the Calamity draw near. It's Daddy. Daddy's here to save me. Yay! For Olivia squealed in glee. Whoosh! Wham! Whoosh! Another batch of people from the Calamity made their appearance. They had been waiting in ambush for the right opportunity to reveal themselves. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1284. Zhang Sok and the rest were stupefied. The thought of being ambushed at the auction did not cross their mind. The Calamity had been hiding about, yet we are completely oblivious. Bam! Wham! Several skilled fighters showed up on the stage from nowhere and sent the men guarding for Olivia flying. Greetings, Missy. Following that, they shielded the little girl flawlessly, leaving not even an inch of opening. Zhang Sok and the likes were aghast at the sight. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Their knees started shaking feebly after turning their gazes to the front. Flop! The members of the Calamity appeared behind the toppled wall. The four lords marched forward and lined at two sides, making a pathway. A silhouette could be seen strolling toward the scene in the middle of the path. Daddy, Daddy! For Olivia cheered and jumped in excitement when she saw that figure. Hey! Zhang Sok and the group were glued to the ground. However, they could no longer calm their nerves after seeing Levi in the flesh. It's Levi Garrison. He's still alive and kicking. How unbelievable. So those women weren't lying after all. Children do say the darndest things. It's no bluff. Damn it. Not only is her father alive, but he is here to rescue her as well. A murderous glint flashed across Levi's eyes. With a gloomy expression on his face, he stomped toward the stage like a devil from hell. Everyone was intimidated by his terrifying aura. It sent chills down their spines. Their blood ran cold as he was slowly closing in. The crowd moved aside to open up a clear path for him involuntarily. They were all frozen in place. Even the leaders of the conglomerates were rooted to the spot, including the likes of Kyria's Daily Group and Senia's Noir Group. No one dared to make a sound because the man in front of them was their nightmare. A while later, Levi went up to the stage, carrying for Olivia in his arms. The fearsome and murderous air around him vanished instantly. Instead, he was all smiles. When he was in the presence of his daughter. Evie, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid, okay? The girl grinned from ear to ear. I'm not scared. I know Daddy will come to save me. Levi, how are you still alive? Zhang Sok gaped at him in disbelief. It can't be. Ray Sonia's Tenika confirmed his death repeatedly, so he can't be alive. Who? would have thought that he is the master of the calamity. No, wait a minute. This is a setup. This is all their scheme. We've been tricked. Levi cast him a glance. Why do you think the calamity was defeated in Arudaya only? What? The calamity's defeat at the hands of Windsor Campbell was done on purpose. The crowd was shocked by the sudden revelation. In no time, all of them had a clear picture of the situation. Levi faked his death to set us up. The crowd was terrified by the thought. Zhang Sok could feel his body tremble. Damn it! My arrival in Arudaya to deal with Zoe was leaked. I'm busted. So Levi knew everything all along. He's only showing up now because I've nothing out of line previously. The same epiphany hit the rest of the crowd after a while. How terrifying! We're in deep trouble now. They shivered with fear after knowing that the calamity threw the game deliberately during their battle with Windsor because of Levi. The calamity is still as powerful as before. There's no way we can afford to cross them. It's not like that. W.E. Jaron, Jackson, Lucas, and the rest felt their teeth chattering as they were overwhelmed by terror. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? Why did we involve ourselves in this? Arg! Master, what should we do with these people? North Sky Lord asked. Kill all the participants. Cripple all the spectators. Levi ordered. No. Levi, you can't touch me. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1285. Zhang Sok shouted abruptly. It's not just me you can't lay a finger on, Mr. Williams, too. You can't bear the consequences. Should anything befall us. I believe you know how powerful Daily Group and Noir Group are. Williams nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's have a seat and talk it over. We will fulfill your request to the best of our abilities, be it money or crude oil extraction rights. Let's work something out, shall we? Zhang Sok added, yet. Let's make a friend of each other. I believe we can work out a deal. No hard feelings, okay? No hard feelings? Are you telling me to forget the fact that you just put my daughter up for auction? Are you **ing idiot? Levi bellowed. The people present were stunned at his words. It was their first time hearing Levi use a swear word. Zhang Sok and Williams were stupefied. Finish them off. Levi turned to leave while carrying his daughter in his arm. No. Levi, you can't kill us. If you do, our families will definitely avenge us. Not even you will. Get away from this, Levi. They will hunt you down to the ends of the world. Yet, we have many ultimate class combatants with us. Do you think you can take us out? As you like. Refusing to accept their fate, Zhang Sok and Williams put up a last-ditch struggle. Is that so? I wouldn't mind wiping Daily Group and Noir Group off the face of the earth. The two started shuddering with dread after hearing Levi's statement. Levi invaded Ray's Onia to kill Demon Blade. He then decapitated Teniki. This man has the capability to do what he says. Do it. A murderous glint flashed across Levi's eyes. Kill them. The calamity attacked upon Levi's order. Whoosh. Swish. In a flash, Jaron, Lucas, Jackson, and Kamita kicked the bucket without a chance to react. Is there anyone who can contend with the calamity? Despite having several ultimate class and God class bodyguards on our side, North Sky Lord alone is enough to crush them all. The threatening presence of his subordinates standing behind him only added to the terrifying mood. Our men don't stand a chance against those people. Having ultimate class fighters isn't sufficient if they can't even defeat Windsor. It'd be a different story if our guards were all at Samson's level. Swoosh. Whoosh. The lives of the two foreigners ended in an instant. The other morally corrupt tycoons did not escape from their fate to be decimated, either. As for the spectators, they were crippled as per Levi's command. The calamity was never sloppy with their job. They completed their tasks within a brief moment. After that, Levi's unquenchable fury finally subsided. If he were not holding for Olivia in his arms, he would have executed them personally. These ***stards. What a bunch of animals! How dare they harm women and children? Scoundrels! To think that they would put Evie up for auction and even tried to lay their dirty hands on Zoe. They are pushing their luck. Daddy, are you feeling better now? For Olivia whispered a question into his ear as she buried herself in his chest. Daddy has recovered. You don't have to worry. At his words, the little girl cheered, yay! That's great! Oh! We should see Grandma and Mommy. They wouldn't let me call you because they thought you're not well. They didn't want to make you worry. For Olivia might be young, but she was precocious enough to understand her surroundings. Haha! Daddy is gonna be fine. I promise I will always protect you by your side. Don't you worry about a thing, little one. Right after Levi was about to head backstage, a few men made their sudden appearance. It's them. Levi was puzzled. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1286. The Drago Knights. I haven't seen them for a while. Greetings, God of War, the Drago Knights shouted in unison. Levi beamed at them. I'm no longer the God of War. No. You are the only God of War. It's tacit, they responded with a smile. For Olivia clapped her hands. Yes. Daddy is the God of War. Levi patted her head with a smile on his face. Why are you here? Levi queried without beating around the bush. We are here to relay an order, they replied with a stern expression. All right. Talk. Sir, the message is simple. You may show yourself to the public, but no one should know that you've recovered. Therefore, you must be in a wheelchair from now on. Also, because of the unusual turns of events recently, some people are wondering if you're alive, he explained. Levi nodded. I thought so, too. The primary purpose is to smoke out the remaining evildoers. For that reason, we suggest that you use the calamity to make a clean sweep once and for all. It was nearly impossible for you to investigate and deal with the matter in secret before this. Sir, this chance is hard to come by, the Drago Knights exhorted. The relayed message was the wish of Erudia's government. Although the country had many powerful men to settle the issue, none was of Levi's caliber. Needless to say, it was definitely more reassuring to have him deal with the problem than any others. On top of that, he was not the God of War at the moment, so it would be the perfect timing. Levi immediately understood Erudia's intention to use his current situation to get rid of the country's harmful parasites all at once. The group that he had eradicated previously was only the tip of the iceberg. There were more transgressors hidden in the dark. For instance, the comeback of the Blood King Palace and the concealment of Tenika's death. These were all dormant threats that needed his immediate attention. Naturally, there were still more matters to be concerned about. So, Levi agreed to their terms without hesitation. He would sacrifice anything for the sake of his country. Besides, he could do that while staying with his family and protecting them. In the open, he could crush his enemies and annihilate the entire army on his own. In the dark, he could weed out the traitors of the country and bring death to these individuals. These were the things he was capable of. If it were something favorable to his country, he would agree to any request no matter how harsh it might be. Sir, someone will contact you in secret and provide you with the details for the next Mission. This is a top-secret operation. You must maintain secrecy at all times. A Drago Knight glanced at Olivia. All right. Got it, Levi replied. Sir, we will arrange for your official return to Arudaya. Everyone will know that you are alive. After the message was conveyed, the Drago Knights left the scene at once. Levi turned to smile at Olivia. Evie, can you promise Daddy to keep everything that happened tonight a secret? You can't let Grandma and Mommy know, either. He could not violate the top-secret order given by Arudaya. After all, he was a soldier and it was in his nature to obey commands. Okay, Daddy. I got it, Olivia promised. Then, he kissed his daughter goodbye and put her down. Don't worry, Evie. I'll see you tomorrow. Levi waved his hand. Zoe and the others thought that they were goners. They certainly didn't expect anyone to come to their rescue. However, they did not know what just happened. Did Daily Group let us go? It seems impossible. But someone definitely saved us. Soon enough, Olivia was sent back to where they were. Evie, can you tell Mommy what just happened? Zoe asked hurriedly. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1287. It's fine, Mommy. Nothing happened, Olivia stammered. I've promised Daddy to keep it a secret. But the adults could tell she was hiding something with just a glance. Evie, be honest. Tell me what happened, Zoe questioned expressionlessly. That's right. It's not good to lie, Emma reiterated. Olivia was in a dilemma. On one end, she wanted to be a good girl. On the other end, she wished to keep the promise with her father. Good evening, Ms. Jones, Ms. Lopez. We are the ones who handled the issue tonight. A few people came over at that moment. Hey! Zoe and Emma were equally bewildered. Also, we've just found out that Mr. Garrison was framed. Thus, we hereby revoke the ban on his return to Arudaya, that man continued. At his words, Zoe had a rough idea of the speaker's identity. Thank you. May I know where my husband is currently? Zoe questioned anxiously. He is not around at the moment. He'll be back tomorrow. Also, good news for you. Mr. Garrison is getting better now. He doesn't have to lie on the bed anymore, he can sit in a wheelchair already. That's great. As long as he is back. That person reminded, it's thanks to Mr. Quinton. It was he that helped Mr. Garrison recover. Is there any hope for him to be fully recovered? Zoe's eyes flickered with expectations. There is still hope at the moment. At his statement, Zoe and Emma were elated. Spreading the news that Levi could recover was part of the Dragonites' plan. What would his adversaries do if they heard that Levi could recover? It would be unthinkable for them to leave him be. Without a doubt, it would only be a matter of time before the real enemies revealed themselves. After all, Levi himself had slaughtered the previous group of foes. After knowing the poison didn't kill him, the forces behind Blood King Palace would make their appearance by hook or by crook. With that expectation, the news of Levi's health improvement was announced to the public. Deliberately. Meanwhile, he and the others would monitor the movements of their nemesis from the shadows. Master, does it upset you to act as a crippled man? North Sky Lord asked. It went without saying that it was unpleasant for him to pretend to be a disabled person. But Levi shook his head. No. I'm willing to do this for the country. This much is nothing. With you faking your death, many enemies were smoked out this time. Due to its effectiveness, the higher UPS have decided to let you continue your act as a crippled man. West Sky Lord said. Levi nodded. Indeed. We will have a new mission soon. You should ready yourselves at all times. The next day, Levi sat in a wheelchair and was sent back to Northampton. His news spread like wildfire. The part that shocked most people was his physical improvement after receiving treatment from the great doctor, Benny Quinton. He was thought to be permanently paralyzed before that, but now he could sit in a wheelchair. It was an astounding feat to the public. Within a short period, the world was in an uproar. It would be unimaginable if Levi were to recover to his peak. The presence of Windsor, who defeated the calamity, as well as Levi, who was at his peak, was too insurmountable a threat to everyone. It was not a development that anyone wished to see. In an instant, the hidden forces lurking across the world became restless, including the ones in Arudaya. Zoe and the rest were overjoyed with tears upon seeing Levi's arrival. Seeing his family, his heart was overwhelmed with happiness. I may be using a wheelchair, but I'm still capable of protecting all of you. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1288. It doesn't matter even if I'm wheelchair bound. At least I can finally stay by their side as a living person. That night, Zoe and Emma prepared a table full of sumptuous meals for him. Levi kept Fur Olivia in his arm. Daddy, I didn't tell anyone the secret. But Mommy said that I'm not a good girl if I lie, the girl pouted. Her expression clearly showed she was frustrated. Looking at his cute daughter, Levi answered, "Do you remember what we talked about last night?" "Yes, I do," Fur Olivia nodded. "We need to keep it a secret because what we are doing is a good thing. So, by not telling anyone, Evie is doing a good deed, too. In other words, you are still a good girl." A smile widened on Levi's lips. Upon hearing that, the girl's mood finally became better and she grinned from ear to ear. "I got it." The house was filled with warmth and happiness. After dinner, Zoe said with a smile, "After so long, we can finally gather as a family. Our lives will go back to normal." "That's great." Nevertheless, it would be challenging for them to live normal lives, even when Levi was in his current state. The news of Levi's return spread across the globe. It created a big hype. Windsor was all smiles when he heard the news. "Haha! That is great. I heard that Levi is recovering now. I'll have a second match with him after he has recovered his strength." "Yes. After your second victory against Levi, everyone will have no choice but to submit to you. No one will ever raise a doubt again." Balgun chortled. "That's true. Although I do not need to defeat Levi to prove myself anymore, it is my obsession to win against him one more time." Windsor was arrogant and determined. His ego was inflated after his victory over the North Sky Lord. He had acted snob toward everyone since then. To him, Levi had turned from someone whom he used to be wary of to a mere loser. "We can't let Levi recover at any cost. It will spell doom to us if he regains his strength. Arg! I can't believe he survived. He must have a devil's luck. He was the one who stood before our plan. We must eliminate him at once. We must put an end to him before he recovers." Similar sentiments echoed across the world after knowing Levi was alive. Among them, the individuals from Triple Group were the most furious. At their luxurious manor in Kyria, the prominent members of the Lee family were furious. After hearing the news of their heir's death, "Find out who did this. I will avenge my son. No matter who in Arudaya did this, I will get even with him for what he did to my grandson." As one would expect, it was the same with Noir Group from Senia. "Go and investigate. We will make him pay for what he did. We will bring death to the culprit no matter the cost." The great family of Frostford had it worst after being told of the disappearances of Samson and his 4 disciples. "Inspect the matter thoroughly. Our reputation will be tarnished if word of our members having died out there gets leaked, ordered the leader of the family. Immediately, those people who had been living secluded lives sent a group of subordinates to their so-called world out there. The last time it happened was around 200 years ago. They could no longer hold themselves back after 2 centuries of staying hidden. The world was seemingly peaceful on the surface, yet there were numerous undercurrents. It all happened because of Levi's return. His comeback blew up a storm in the whole world. But this was the exact reaction he and the Drago Knights wanted. To lure all the real enemies out, Levi had to fulfill 2 conditions. First, he had to wait for the mission to be given by the Drago Knights. Second, he had to wait for someone to look for him. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1289. The Garrison clan of Oakland City received first-hand intelligence of Levi's return. What? That B***** can still recover. Tyrone was visibly disturbed. If he regains his strength, he'll definitely come looking for us. After all, we did many evil deeds, some of which are unpardonable. We have to get rid of him before his complete recovery. A murderous glint flashed across Tyrone's eyes. The entire Garrison family came to a complete agreement. If he restores his health, our family will be wiped out. This B** is still a disabled man. If we want to kill him, we have to do it now. To preserve their honor, they did not make any move against him previously. But the situation had changed. If they didn't end him right away, it would cause them their demise. The Garrisons were determined to take Levi out because he was nothing but a crippled man. At the moment, there won't be a better time than now. What? Olivia's face was sullen upon hearing that. Her eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. Even Tyrone drew a sharp breath when he saw her chilling expression. She was muttering gibberish, no one could make out the words she was saying. Her abnormal reaction raised Tyrone's suspicion. Why is she getting all worked up every time she hears that B****'s name? Oh dear! The doctor said that she still hasn't recovered from the pain of losing Damien yet. That's why she couldn't stand hearing the word Levi. She will act up every time that B****'s name is mentioned. Indeed, the mention of Levi would cause her to lose her sanity. Olivia actually had a sound mind. But whenever she was triggered, she would lose her composure. Consequently, she would lose her ability to articulate words properly. As a result, she would express herself in that strange manner. However, the rest would pass it off as her inability to recover from the pain of losing her son. Sir, before I forget, something terrible has happened. Someone from the reclusive great family of Frostford met his end out in the world. And the incident happened to be here in Oakland City. A man chimed in. That man's identity was enough to scare the living daylight of everyone. He was Windsor's master. Boo-hoo! Everyone was taken aback by Olivia's wailing, but they did not make it a big deal. Take her away, Tyrone ordered after feeling annoyed at her behavior. After her futile struggling, she was taken away in the end. Don't worry, Olivia. I swear I'll avenge our son. Levi will follow him soon, Tyrone promised. Despite struggling relentlessly, she could not break free from the restraint. If the rumor was true, we are in big trouble. That is the great family of Frostford we are talking about. Tyrone took a deep breath. On top of that, Jerry was dead as well. It just doesn't add up. I'm thinking that they might be related, the other man commented. No kidding. Bizarre things are happening one after another. Who on earth killed the heir of Daily Group and the head of Noir Group? Tyrone was perplexed. We shall wait and see how things unfold. Let's hope our family doesn't get involved. On the other hand, Levi was with his family in Northampton. Right after Zoe reclaimed her company, she changed its name back to what it was. Silas was wheeling Levi around in the company building. It was Levi's first time there in 2 years. The first difference he noticed was the scale of the company. It was now 10 times bigger than before. That fact alone was proof of Zoe's competence. Morris's parents traveled all the way there just to see Levi because he was like a son to them. It was quite peaceful that day. No one came over to look for trouble. But Levi knew that it was the calm before the storm. The following day, the person who showed up first was Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1290. Tsar was the first to make his appearance. "What are you doing here?" Zoe became alert as she noticed that man. "Don't fret. I'm here to help Mr. Garrison," Tsar said with a smirk. Levi noted, "Zoe, let me talk to him alone." She pondered for a while and went away. "Mr. Garrison, my intention is simple. I'm here to give you magical medicine to help you recover faster," Tsar declared openly. Levi looked confused. "It is a gift from my master. This is his special healing medicine, and I'm confident it'll improve your health greatly." After Tsar spoke, he took out an exquisite box. In an instant, a pleasant herbal fragrance permeated the air. Windsor hailed from the great family of Frostford. Those people had all the ancient medical knowledge in their repertoire, some of which were thought to be lost in history. Putting the secret to resurrection aside, their knowledge of healing a body was irrefutably out of this world. Modern medical science was nothing compared to them. Their arsenal of magical medicines was hefty. It was said that all their members were immune to every disease known to man. All because of their stupendous collection of ancient medical knowledge. It was not something people from a modern society could wrap their minds around. After all, they did not have the privilege to learn them. Back when Windsor came to the outside world, he brought with him a vast amount of healing medicines in case of emergencies. During his last battle with Levi, he was actually gravely injured, but his recovery sped up exponentially after taking the magical medicine. "Why is he doing this?" Levi questioned while holding the box in his hand. "Master's intention is straightforward. He wants you to get back to the pinnacle of your strength as soon as possible so that he can have a rematch with you. He wants to get rid of every doubt people have in him by defeating you one more time," Tsar clarified. "Hurry and consume it. This way you'll stand up from your wheelchair sooner and can have a rematch with my master," Tsar urged. Levi chuckled. "All right. My rematch with him is inevitable. Tell him to be prepared. I don't want to have an easy win." Upon hearing his statement, Tsar almost lost his temper. "Hey, you are still sitting in a wheelchair, you dare to utter such brazen words? My master just defeated the calamity. He is the strongest warrior in the world, and you are nothing compared to him. The reason for the rematch is not for him to prove himself but to gratify his obsession," Tsar chided. Levi merely smiled at his angry remark. Putting his identity aside, Windsor really is a sheltered bumpkin. "All right. Go back and relay 2 words to him." Tunnel vision. Levi saw Tsar out with a grin as the latter stormed out furiously. Humph. It seems like Levi is refusing to admit defeat. Never mind. He will know how inconsequential he is once master beats him again. Levi smirked as the man's silhouette gradually disappeared. Windsor is on the crest of a wave now, isn't he? His reputation soared after his victory against the calamity, and now all the foreigners are afraid of him. He is clearly engrossed in his glory and gradually losing his way. The man thinks he is undefeatable now. Nevertheless, Levi could not care less about Windsor. If the latter's glory were favorable to Arudaya, the former would just let it slide. Staring at the magical medicine in his hand, an idea suddenly crossed his mind. If all our soldiers carry this medicine with them, the number of casualties on the battlefield will be reduced significantly. After all, this medicine is potent and its effect is rapid. Modern pharmaceutical science can't hold a candle to it as the time and equipment needed to make something like this must be substantial. These medicines will boost our combat prowess remarkably. After that, Levi began to devise a plan. It's hard to popularize this kind of medicine, but half a loaf is better than none. So we'll make do with whatever we have. It's worth a try. That was the difference between Levi and Windsor. The former's focus was always for the greater good, whereas the latter was absorbed in his personal interest only. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1291. Windsor was only suitable to be a mighty warrior. But Levi was beyond that, he was more of a commander. Following that, he took the magical medicine to East Sky Lord and asked the latter to analyze the ingredients inside, hoping that it could be mass-produced. "Did he give you any trouble?" Zoe asked Levi right after she entered the room. "No. Instead, he hopes that I recover sooner." Levi laughed. Then he added, "By the way, where are your parents? Normally, the Lopez and Black families will try their best to cause us trouble if they know that I'm back and disabled. This is abnormal. I haven't seen a soul after so long. Something is not right. Logan got into an accident. They are occupied with the aftermath," Zoe explained. Logan joined a street racing with his friends a few days ago and was met with an accident. It was said that his injury was fatal and some of his organs were failing. The Black family was busy dealing with the repercussion as he was an essential member of the family. Therefore, they had no time to pick on Levi yet. "Oh, really? That's good news," Levi chuckled. Zoe flashed a smile on her face without saying a word. She had an extremely low opinion of her brother-in-law. "Well, I guess this works as well. This way no one will come and interrupt our lives." Inside the intensive care unit of the best hospital in South City, Meredith, Logan's grandfather, and his parents were waiting anxiously. Logan was in critical condition. He had been staying in the intensive care unit for 2 entire days. It was a dangerous signal. Hence, Jenny was sweating profusely with anxiety. After all, they had drawn on huge funds to hire a group of specialists to treat Logan. At that time, the specialists were just done with their discussions in the meeting room and came to the ICU. "How's the situation, Dr. Chase?" Robert asked. Chase shook his head. "It's not looking good. One of the patient's organs is severely injured. He needs a transplant. Get it done, then." "What are you waiting for?" Jenny retorted. "The thing is, our hospital is having an organ shortage, we need a kidney donor," Chase replied. "Ask the other hospitals and see if there's any. We can afford the money." Meredith and the others became nervous. The doctor denied, "This has nothing to do with money. We do not have a matching kidney currently and we are running out of time. Transporting an organ from other places takes time. It's definitely out of the question." "Then what should we do?" Everyone looked hesitant as they exchanged glances. They were at their wits' end. "The only way is to have a donor right now. If we harvest the organ on the spot, the success rate of the operation will be high," Dr. Chase declared as he stared at them. The doctor's statement put them in a difficult situation. Everyone was having a second thought. Their initial determination was nowhere to be found. "All of us will donate our blood voluntarily. But who will donate a kidney? I'm afraid that even Logan's parents are unwilling to do so. If that's the case, it'd be impossible for us, the blacks. Everyone's gaze met with each other's, but they did not utter a word. Dr. Chase put on a helpless face. Okay. Take your time to decide and see who will be the donor. But we don't have all the time in the world. You have only 6 hours to choose your candidate. All of them were thrown into a frenzy right after the doctor left. They were discussing where to find a kidney donor on such short notice. Where do we find a donor within 6 hours? That's basically looking for a needle in a haystack. No one will donate it if they're not desperate for money. To have a higher success rate, we need to find a healthy kidney. It'd be best if that person is a young man with a muscular body. Logan's parents queried, "Do you have any suitable candidates on your side?" "No. We don't." Meredith rejected immediately. At that moment, Jenny shouted, "Wait! Aren't we forgetting someone? Levi Garrison." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1292. Everyone's eyes were gleaming upon Jenny's reminder. The silhouette of that man came into their minds. That's right. How could we forget about him? In fact, all of them knew about his arrival, but they couldn't be bothered by him previously. Jenny remarked, "Levi may be alive, but he is disabled. He's wheelchair-bound. As a man who could not stand on his own, what's the difference if he has one fewer kidney?" Meredith nodded. That's right. The kidney is an important organ for normal people like us. But not for a crippled man like Levi. He has got no use for it. Yes. He's already physically challenged. An organ is not essential to him. Besides, we are asking for one kidney only, not both. It won't make much of a difference to him anyway. Robert tried his best to sound reasonable. I agree. Having one fewer kidney will decrease the quality of our lives. We'll become weaker and easily exhausted. But it won't affect a paralyzed man much. That's right. Levi is the best candidate. We shall let him donate his kidney to save Logan. Everyone agreed that Levi should be the donor. Upon hearing that, Logan's family members jumped for joy. Hooray! There's hope for Logan now. Jenny was overjoyed and gushed, "I'll head to Northampton at once and bring Levi here. We'll start the operation immediately after that." "But did you ever wonder if he will agree to that?" Keane asked. "His opinion? Does he have a say in this matter?" Meredith snorted. "That's right. He has no right to decide for himself. Whatever we say goes. Does a disabled man like him have the authority to speak for himself? The biggest problem we have is Zoe. She will disagree if she comes to know about it," someone pointed out. To them, Zoe was the person who should be kept in the dark. In contrast, Levi was nothing but a tool for them to use and dispose of as they like. "Okay, it has been decided. We will keep Zoe out of this one. We will bring Levi here secretly and procure the kidney from him. By the time she catches wind of the news, it'd be too late," Jenny stated. This is a good idea. All right, some of you head to Northampton and bring Levi here. Immediately, Meredith commanded. Jenny, along with a few subordinates, sped off toward Northampton. Levi was alone when they arrived at his residential area. He was confused by the sight of them. "What are they doing here? Take him away." At Jenny's command, a few muscular men carried Levi's wheelchair with him sitting in it and moved him into the vehicle. The North Sky Lord and the rest who were hiding in the shadows were about to take those men out but refrained from doing so after they noticed Levi's gesture stopping them. However, they were tailing Jenny's vehicle stealthily. Levi did not resist but let them take him away. He wanted to see what were they playing at. After Levi was in the vehicle, Jenny rushed back to the hospital, as they were racing against time. Soon, they were back at the hospital. Jenny had made prior arrangements with the hospital so that the specialists could begin the operation as soon as Levi arrived. Hence, Dr. Chase and the other doctors were already waiting for Levi's arrival. "Dr. Chase, the donor is here. Please start the operation now." Jenny pushed Levi toward the specialists. Dr. Chase nodded. You are quick." With that, he turned to Levi and asked, "Sir, are you here to donate your kidney to Mr. Logan?" Zax voluntarily. "What? Donate a kidney?" Levi was flabbergasted. He stared at the doctor in disbelief. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1293. Dr. Chase was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to Jenny and the others and noticed their twisted facial expressions. It was at that moment that he knew he had spilled the beans. This person did not know a thing. It was an unnecessary question. He agrees. He has to. We are family. Otherwise, why would we donate a kidney? Meredith remarked. The others approved, that's right. He agrees. Please begin the operation at once. You have our thanks. Jenny urged, trying to prevent Levi from reacting. Who said that I agree? I don't. I knew nothing about this. A kidney donation? To whom? Levi bellowed. The nurse who was pushing him into the operation theater came to a halt. Dr. Chase furrowed his brows. Arg. I screwed up. At that, everyone began discussing among themselves. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Dr. Chase, get him into the operation theater. Jenny and the Zax family egged on the doctor. The specialists shook their heads. No, this won't do. If the donor does not give consent, we can't force him to do it. This must be a voluntary act. If he doesn't fill up the organ donor card, we can't proceed with the operation. Levi, tell them you're willing to donate. Quickly. Jenny kicked the wheelchair. What's the matter? Levi shrugged his shoulders. Logan got into an accident and he needs a kidney transplant. We are giving you this golden opportunity. That's right. Isn't it about time that you do something for the family? We are just asking for a kidney from you to save Logan. If you're willing to donate, you will forever be remembered. Meredith and the others persuaded. They phrased their words as if donating a kidney was a noble deed. Oh, please. You and your reasoning. Why didn't you donate one yourself? Levi countered. At his question, they snapped, we're talking about a kidney here. What do you think will happen if we donate it? It will affect our physical performance drastically. Levi nodded. You are right. It affects the body significantly. So, why should I donate? Robert demanded, you are nothing but a disabled man. You are confined to a wheelchair for life. What do you need kidneys for? You are no longer capable of working anyway. Furthermore, you still need Zoe to take care of you for the rest of your days. Besides, with your current body condition, what use do you have for a pair of kidneys? They are wasted on you. Shouldn't you donate one to Logan instead? And if you don't agree, don't think about staying together with Zoe. Do you think a crippled man like you is worthy of her? He threatened Levi blatantly. It was an outright threat. Meredith glared at him. Levi, you have no right to speak in this family. Not before, when you were normal, and not now when you're paralyzed. This is your only worth. Otherwise, you are not worthy of Zoe. I demand you to agree now or get out of here. Following that, Meredith instructed someone to get the organ donor card and forced Levi to ink his fingerprint on the signature box. All right, doctors. Now that he has agreed, let's begin the operation now. Meredith handed over the organ donor card to a specialist. The doctors exchanged glances while twitching their lips. They remained silent the entire time, and pushed Levi into the operation theater. Levi did not resist at all. To the blacks, Levi was just a convenient tool who was completely at their mercy. Oh, this trash still has his use. Once we're old, we'll replace our organs with his. After all, this is why he exists. Everyone laughed at the remark. They even devised a plan to make full use of him in the future. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1294. Okay. There's nothing to worry about. I've checked with the doctors just now. He's very healthy. And his kidneys are in top condition. Lady Luck is on Logan's side this time. After hearing the test result, everyone felt relieved and smiled. If Levi's kidney is healthy, Logan will recover earlier. With that, Russell made a call to Zoe. He could do nothing to stop the family, but he thought he could at least inform her. Zoe was aghast after hearing the news. They took Levi away without saying a word. Immediately, she called Meredith's cell phone, but the latter did not pick up the call. After a few attempts, Meredith answered. "Grandma, what is the meaning of this? How could you force Levi to donate a kidney to Logan? Did you even get his permission?" Zoe roared furiously. "We asked him. He agreed and inked his fingerprint on the organ donor card." Zoe trembled violently in anger. "How is that possible? Did you force him to do it? Why didn't you tell me about it?" "I'm telling you now. What can you do?" "That's right, we forced him to donate a kidney to save Logan." Meredith admitted the truth indifferently. "You have so many people over there. Why didn't one of you donate instead?" Zoe burst into tears from rage. "The answer is simple. All of us are healthy and complete, but he is a disabled man. What use does he have for those kidneys? Can he stand even with his organs intact? Can he make a living like everyone else?" A volley of questions came out of Meredith like a 3-round burst from a service rifle. Zoe yelled angrily, "But did you know that he is recovering? He will be fully recovered soon. You're doing him harm by procuring a kidney from him. Now he can never hope to stand up again, and you are the cause." Meredith snorted, "So what if he can stand? He still has to rely on you to survive, anyway. What's the difference if he stands or is wheelchair-bound? What's the difference if he has a pair of kidneys or just one? Why, you are talking nonsense. Just you wait, I'm coming to South City now. No one can touch my husband." Zoe shouted like a madwoman. "Come on, we're waiting. The fastest you can make it here is 1 hour. By the way, Levi was pushed into the operation theater just a while ago. By the time you arrive, his kidney will be transplanted into Logan's body already," Meredith sneered. "How heartless can you be? He is the father of Ferlivia, for crying out loud." Zoe shrieked. "Humph! This is all he is worth. What's so bad about helping Logan to recover? If the operation is successful, we will never try to separate you two anymore. Wouldn't it be nice?" Meredith chuckled. Everyone at the scene looked indifferent. After the call ended, Zoe could not focus on anything else but rushed to the hospital in South City at once. Following that, Meredith glared at the crowd. Who informed Zoe about this? At her question, Russell had no choice but to step forward. Slap! Meredith gave him a hard slap on his cheek. "You are becoming increasingly disobedient nowadays. If you repeat such traitorous behavior one more time, I'll banish you from our family," Meredith hissed. Russell stood at a corner and did not dare to make a sound. "Grandma, is Zoe coming over?" Jenny asked. "Yet. She's on her way here," Meredith nodded. "Well, too bad for her. By the time she arrives, Levi's kidney will have been harvested already." Everyone burst into laughter. Everything went by smoothly in the operation theater. It was the sign that things were proceeding. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1295. Within 50 minutes, Zoe had arrived at the hospital. She was able to arrive so quickly because she had beat almost every single red light on the way to the hospital. "You are too late. The surgery had gone on for an hour." Jenny mocked as she smirked at her. "All of you are so cruel. Why don't you go and donate your organs then?" Zoe yelled at the crowd angrily. "Levi Garrison is now disabled. His family should be the ones donating him something, right? Besides, only one of his kidneys is being removed. It's not a big deal because he still has one kidney left." Everyone present ignored Zoe, who was so furious and was about to go ballistic. Initially, Levi could have recovered. However, if one of his kidneys were removed, the chances of his recovery would be drastically reduced. "I'm not letting you do that. I'm going to stop them!" Zoe screamed. With that, she ran towards the operating theater. However, she was blocked by everyone there. As the surgery continued, Zoe could only wait in despair. After a few hours, the emergency light of the operating theater was turned off, meaning the surgery was a success. Soon Logan was brought out and transferred to the intensive care unit. "How did it go, doctor?" Everyone immediately crowded around the doctor. "It was a success," Dr. Chase exclaimed with a bright smile. "That's amazing. Fantastic." Everyone cheered loudly and grinned at each other. Not a single person was concerned about Levi. Zoe immediately rushed into the operating theater. When she saw Levi sitting on the wheelchair, she relaxed and let out a breath of air. She instantly hugged him and started wailing. "Don't cry. I'm fine, you have nothing to worry about," he comforted her as he patted her head. She really believed that he had donated one of his kidneys and kept crying non-stop. In truth, no one dared to remove Levi's kidney. To do so would be equivalent to courting death. How was Logan's recovery possible? There could only be one reason: Levi gave Logan the medicine that Windsor Campbell had passed to him. It was an experiment to test the efficacy of the medicine and whether it was really a silver bullet. The answer was clear. It was a magical medicine. Although Logan's kidneys were severely impaired, he managed to recover after taking the medicine. He had such a miraculous recovery that a kidney transplant surgery was not necessary anymore. Levi was astonished. If this medicine were manufactured in large quantities, it would certainly save a lot of lives. To think how helpful it will be for the warriors of Arudaya. The four great families, It appears that I will come to look for you sooner or later. Are you really fine? Do you feel any pain or weakness? Zoe asked as she observed every part of Levi's body. Levi appeared to have donated one of his kidneys because the West Sky Lord had used makeup to give Levi a pale and sickly image to match Levi's wheelchair look. Levi shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. Actually." At that moment, they could hear footsteps approaching. Meredith and a group of people entered the room. Zoe thought that they were here to thank Levi. Instead, Robert grinned and said, "I told you that donating one kidney is a small matter." "Exactly. He looks fine and he still has one kidney remaining." "You are right. He is already disabled, so it doesn't matter whether he has one kidney. He can just freeload anyway." Everyone uttered snarkily. They were all in agreement that Levi should donate his kidney. Zoe was enraged. She bellowed, my husband donated one of his kidneys. Instead of thanking him, all of you are trying to embarrass him. Do you even have a conscience? Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1296. Everyone was under the impression that Levi had donated one kidney to Logan. Even Zoe thought so. Levi is Logan's savior. All of you should be begging on your knees for gratitude. I can't believe that there are people like you. Zoe berated them. Zoe was utterly disappointed at that moment. They had treated Levi like a tool in order to achieve their own selfish desires. Why do we need to thank him? That's what he should have done anyway. He should be thanking us instead because we accepted him even though he was disabled. He only did what he should have done. He couldn't possibly think he could be a freeloader. Here. Who does he think he is? As expected, the Black family all echoed the same sentiments. They all believed that Levi was obligated to sacrifice himself for their family. He should be honored that he has the opportunity to save Logan. Others don't even have the chance to do so, stated Jenny. What did you just say? Zoe asked. She and Levi were stunned. What did she mean by that? How could this be Levi's honor? As if saving Logan is a blessing bestowed upon Levi. Isn't that just ridiculous? However, this was the way the Lopez and Black families operated. They had grown increasingly shameless day by day. That's beside the point. He is Evie's father. How could all of you bear to see him suffer? Zoe questioned as she stared at Meredith and Robert, who had always treated Evie very well. How is this matter related to Evie? In any case, she is his offspring. Both Evie and this man are your burdens. Meredith berated her. Zoe was astonished. Don't they treat Evie very well? She instantly came to the realization that they had been putting up a show. They had only been nice to Evie because Dale treated Evie with love. Now that Dale had broken off their relationship, they instantly stopped with the facade. It's no wonder they are now ignoring Evie. How would Levi burden me? My career is dependent on his. He doesn't rely on me at all. In fact, his business is extremely successful. Zoe rebutted. His business? The Morris Group doesn't belong to him anymore. Exactly. It's yours. Everyone ignored Levi and argued fervently that he had nothing to do with the company. That's it. I'm sick of talking to all of you. Zoe bellowed and glared at all of them. With that, she pushed Levi in his wheelchair and left. My heart is in pain. In utter pain and disbelief. The Lopez family and the Black family are all horrible people. Every single one of them is self-absorbed. They only care about their own interests and would use any manipulative methods to achieve them. After they left, Jenny said, Grandpa and Grandma, I feel that Zoe has lost herself. How can she cope with taking care of a young kid and a disabled husband? She is the boss of the Morris Group. Exactly. She will soon find herself in ruins. Logan's parents exclaimed. What should we do then? Inquired Meredith. She was also worried about the same matter. Robert, who was deep in thought, nodded in agreement. I think it would be better to transfer the control of Morris Group to both of you. We can't destroy the company's reputation by leaving it with Zoe. Jenny suggested. Exactly. It is tough for Zoe to control such a big organization, especially when she has so much on her plate. You are right. It would be better if the company is controlled by a family, rather than a single person. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1297. Instantly, the Blacks started to hatch a plan to take over Zoe's company. They didn't dare to do it before as Zoe was protected by Dale. However, times have changed. All right. Let's think of a way to take over the Morris Group. Zoe will put up a strong fight. We must think of a foolproof plan to ensure that she willingly gives up the company. Meredith and Robert exchanged glances. They were getting old and their only wish left were to help the Black family become more powerful. This was their sole motive and calling. They were willing to give up everything for their family. Hence, they resolved to take over the Morris Group. Grandpa and Grandma, what do you think of this plan? We could. Jenny brought the two to a corner and started whispering to them. Don't you think that we are crossing the line here? Asked Robert. Meredith instantly replied, I don't see any issue with that. Let's do this then. Yes, we should do whatever it takes to achieve our goal. Jenny nodded and murmured in agreement. But I think we should discuss some more first. Robert disagreed. No. This is final. We must execute it whilst Levi is ill. This is the best opportunity we will ever get. Exactly. Levi used to be so brilliant, but he is nothing now. If we don't strike now, we won't have any more chances left, Jenny chimed in. This is the final plan. Meredith sounded adamant. We should at least inform the Lopez family, suggested Robert. Meredith agreed. You are right. We may face difficulties doing it alone. It's better to team up with the Lopez family. Zoe would never have thought that this was only the beginning. Stealing Levi's kidney was just a small matter. When they returned to Northampton, Zoe found some caretakers to look after Levi. After all, he just had a kidney removed. At that moment, the Garrison family were already on their way to Northampton. In fact, Tyrone Garrison had come personally. He wanted to ensure that Levi was killed. What? Levi had one kidney removed? Tyrone asked. He instantly laughed when he heard the news. He really is a piece of trash. I can't wait to visit him, Tyrone stated as he let out a cold laugh. Soon, the Garrison clan from Oakland City reached Northampton. They instantly rushed to Levi's house. At that moment, Zoe was occupied with something else and Emma Jones had gone grocery shopping. Only Levi and the children were left in the manor as Levi had asked the caretakers to leave. Suddenly, Tyrone and his gang of people broke into Levi's manor and appeared in front of him. Levi Garrison. The day has finally come, mocked Tyrone as he smiled at him coldly. Levi sighed, why is it you again? You guys are so annoying. Get lost. You're not the one I'm waiting for anyway. In fact, Levi was waiting for the enemies who were hiding in the dark, not a nobody like Tyrone. Hey! Tyrone asked in shock. Why is Levi saying this? More importantly, Levi looks calm and collected. This is nothing like how an injured person would behave. How come he can give out such a strong vibe? You guys are also responsible for hurting my wife and mother, aren't you? I didn't look for you. But you guys decided to come and visit me instead. Levi let out a low growl. I can't believe you thought of taking revenge upon us. Look at you now, you are a cripple. You don't scare us, yelled Tyrone. Is that all you have? Hollered Levi. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard and multiple figures appeared in the manor. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1298. They were decked in black armor and wearing masks with both an angel and a devil. They embody righteousness and wickedness. Indeed, they were the protectors of Arudia and were walking national weapons. They were also wicked in that they had killed millions of people. Ha! 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 Their ancient daggers glittered and looked absolutely deadly. Whoever the dagger touched would immediately die. Tyrone and his gang were surrounded with such weapons pointed at them. What? Exclaimed Levi in astonishment as he looked at the familiar figures in front of him. Is this the calamity? Tyrone asked as his mouth widened in shock. Although the calamity had been oppressed by Windsor Campbell, the Garrison family was still no match for the group. All the Garrisons were trembling in fear. Indeed. We are the calamity! Levi roared loudly. An even more shocking scene then appeared. Levi carried Evie and stood up from the wheelchair. Tyrone and his gang gaped at Levi. What is going on? Tyrone asked in disbelief. Isn't Levi a cripple? How could he stand up on his own? And even walk around like a normal person? And what is the calamity doing here? Endless questions were running through Tyrone's head. Levi isn't injured at all. He must be the master of the calamity. Furthermore, Olivia has been acting weirdly. He suddenly thought of Olivia's past actions as well as the disappearances of Samson and Jerry. All of those must be related to Levi. What the f***ck? I can't believe it. This is terrifying. This. Tyrone immediately broke out in cold sweat as those thoughts ran through his mind. Did you really think that I will spare the Garrison clan? Levi asked Tyrone icily. All the Garrisons shook in terror. Tyrone started to tremble and stared at Levi. That means you've been fine all along. You were just pretending to be injured to fool all of us. Tyrone yelped. You are indeed smart. Too bad you figured it out so late, boomed Levi. Levi would no longer put up with the Garrison's threats and the hurt they had caused his family. I can't and won't forgive them. They have put my family through too much. It is time for me to retaliate. Do you really think I wouldn't kill you? Levi asked as his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Kill. 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 Members of the calamity echoed as they pumped their fists in the air. Thud. Thud. Everyone in the Garrison family immediately got on their knees in fear. Tyrone, also terrified, did the same thing. He had only realized at this moment how scary Levi was. Even Windsor Campbell was lied to. He must be acting this way because there is a mission he has to complete. He seems to be waiting for someone. No wonder he warned me that I was not the person he was waiting for. I'm so stupid to have sent myself into this trap. Do you admit to everything you have done? Levi questioned Tyrone. Yes. Tyrone immediately replied. Do you admit your mistake? Levi continued asking. Yes. Tyrone answered. You are here to kill me, aren't you? Asked Levi. Stuttered Tyrone, who turned speechless. That was indeed his goal. I should have thought of it earlier. The strange things that Olivia has been doing. The uncanny happenings in Oakland City and the death of Zhang Sok all point to Levi. However, like everyone, he was fooled into thinking that Levi was now a cripple and was incapable of doing anything. My daughter is here and I don't want to kill in front of her, so I have thought of another punishment for you. Levi said coldly. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1299. What is it? Tyrone asked with a hunch that Levi was up to no good. From now on, the Garrison family belongs to me. Everyone must obey me, boomed Levi. What? Tyrone expressed his astonishment as his face turned white. Doesn't that mean all of us are Levi's slaves? To give up my entire family is far worse than killing me. As for you, that is simple. There is a small town in North Gale that is so secluded that it does not even exist on the map. I will imprison you there for the rest of your life so you'll never see the outside world again, commanded Levi. Boom. Tyrone felt like he was about to explode. He would go crazy to be locked up in a place akin to a prison cell. I am the master of the top ancient family, with wealth rivaling a nation's and power beyond most people's comprehension. To be imprisoned in a secluded town in the desert would be unbearable for him. Absolutely unbearable, given the fact that Tyrone was extremely ambitious. No. No. Please don't do this to me. I will do anything you ask if you don't imprison me there. Tyrone begged like a madman. Levi, I am your birth father. You cannot treat me like this. Tyrone continued pleading. Levi smirked and replied, Did you ever think of that every time you tried to kill me? Did you see yourself as my father when my pregnant mother kneeled in front of the Garrison family for 3 days and 3 nights, or when you imprisoned my mother? The string of questions rendered Tyrone speechless. Bring him away now, Levi commanded. With that, the North Sky Lord whisked Tyrone away. Tyrone would live the rest of his life in that small town in Northgale. Subjecting him to banishment was more cruel than killing him. Although Levi desired to murder him as Tyrone had committed numerous atrocities, he couldn't do so. After all, Tyrone was his birth father. Levi couldn't bear to kill both of his parents, but he had to punish Tyrone for what he did. This was the perfect way to force Tyrone to repent for his sins. All the punishments that Tyrone had inflicted upon his mother were now coming back to bite him in the rear end. This was karma, no one could fight it. With that, the calamity had the loyalty of the Garrisons, the Garcias, among other prominent families. In a blink of an eye, all these wealthy families were under the control of Levi. Levi was now the wealthiest and richest man. All the ancient families in Arudaya practically belonged to him, and so were the assets of these families. Levi then commanded his people to take care of his smaller problems, such as the families in Southampton. He then ordered the rest to support Osborne, the 3 Musketeers, the Garrison clan in Haven, and so on. Since all these people had made sacrifices for him and for Arudaya, he would not let their descendants suffer. With all this done, Levi awaited his mission as well his enemy's appearance. It would soon happen. They should be here any time now. At this moment, the Black and the Lopez families were discussing how to secretly take over the Morris group. After Meredith told Harry of Jenny's plans, the old man clapped his hands in delight. That is great. We will proceed with your request. I have already made the necessary arrangements, Harry said. The only thing we have to do is wait for Zoe to make the first move, Meredith commented gleefully. Robert lamented, I hope Zoe doesn't blame us. We just want to strengthen our empire. We are doing this for our descendants. Robert still didn't agree with their cruel methods, but he numbed himself with the belief that this would elevate the status of his family. Jenny, on the other hand, revealed a sly grin. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1300. They had had their eyes on Zoe for a very long period of time. With the opportunity in their hands, they wouldn't let it slip away easily. On that day, the Lopez and Black families called a meeting in order to force Zoe and Evie to turn up. Although Levi had placed many bodyguards to protect Zoe, he didn't think much of it when the Lopez and Black families organized the meeting. Zoe and Evie arrived at the Lopez family home. Suddenly, a bunch of people surrounded them. Every single one of them looked fierce and intimidating, as if Zoe was under trial. Zoe instantly felt that something was wrong. Soon, Harry and Meredith arrived with a few others. Amongst them was Logan's grandpa and parents. Then came the actual purpose of this gathering. We must thank Zoe for this meeting. If not for her, our 3 families rarely get the chance to meet up so cordially, Meredith commented with a smile on her face. However, she immediately switched the topic and said, since we are all one big family, we must unite. We have agreed that the Lopez family, the Zacks family, and the Black family will develop our resources and connections together. Also, we seniors of our respective families will be in charge of this collaboration. Yes. We support your plan, echoed the younger generations of the 3 families. This will make the 3 families stronger. This is also the wish of the senior generation. I hope that in the future when anyone mentions the south of Arudaya, they will think of us. What do you think, Zoe? They asked. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on her. The purpose of the whole meeting was thus revealed. Zoe nodded and said, "That's great. I support it as well. You can't just verbalize your support, you must take action to show it. For our families to develop, I'm willing to sacrifice control over all my assets and connections." Jenny commented. "Yes, I'm also willing to contribute my share," Henry stated. "Me, too," Fabian uttered. Bailey and the rest also expressed their support. Only Zoe had yet to follow suit. She finally understood that this was their scheme all along. It wasn't about the union of the three families, it was about taking over her control of the Morris group. They had indeed thought of great excuses to conceal their plot. Everyone was so supportive of it. They are shameless to the core. The only person who was dismayed was Robert, who felt that they were too harsh on Zoe. "Zoe, what do you think?" asked Meredith. Everyone instantly turned to look at Zoe. "I agree with your plan. I'll use my own resources to support the union of the three families," Zoe replied. Instantly, Robert boomed, "That's great. We shall use the assets under your name then." "What's so good about that?" commented Harry and Meredith. "What do you mean by only using assets under Zoe's name? All of us are contributing our businesses, it would be unfair to give special treatment to Zoe," they argued. "If Zoe wants to show her support, she must give up everything. That is what everyone else is doing," rebutted Meredith. "Exactly. We can't change the rules just for her, unless she doesn't see herself as a part of our family," the others discussed. Zoe surveyed the room and let out a smile. "If you want to take control over the Morris group, just tell me directly. Why are you going in circles?" she asked. "Exactly, that's what we want. The Morris group is under your name and you should relinquish control to help the union of the three families," the rest echoed. "What if I don't want to do that?" Zoe questioned. Zoe knew clearly what they were trying to accomplish. To be continued.